Hello, what up? What is going on? Hello, friends. How are we doing? Y'all ready to get weird? Good. Bro, we need a good documentary or some shit to watch. But, if anyone's got any good ideas for tonight, things to watch, fucking throw them in the Discord, whatever. Hope everyone's doing great. Let's freaking go. I'm gonna go feed the cats. And then we're gonna get fucking into it. Boys. I feel like nothing really too crazy's popped off in the last day. Just a general malaise in the air. General disturbance in the force. Ted Kaczynski, ooh. Today sucks for me. Can wait to just chill with you guys. Hell yeah. The net about Ted Kaczynski? That sounds cool. I'll type it in before I forget. We love Ted K, our friend. Wait, I feel like, did we watch this before? Or we started to? Whatever, we'll figure it out in a minute. Sweet, alright, welcome boys, here we go. Get in. Hope everyone had a good day. Here we go. Would you say I'm a liar? The new virus is out. Fuck the new virus.
Wizards of propaganda.
Fuck hantavirus.
Short corpses at Waco, Texas.
Dude, honestly,
you already got your answer.
Honestly, I'm ready for fucking my eyes to, I'm ready to cry blood out of my eyes and die. Let's go, dude, right? If it's hantavirus, it's hantavirus. No, I'm just kidding. Also, do you think if we have hantavirus that we're gonna have to pay bills still? Because if not, maybe if we don't have to, maybe we should make hantavirus happen no matter what.
For having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love to its bounty.
418 at 418.
Stop the blood. Might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked. They don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something devil, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed. Till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Bridge. I'm losing it. And the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loomy bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Jimmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, bitch?
You can call me any name except Jimmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong? Or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you
FBI agent Paul White, so
was Paul,
and you know what? That guy could look just like the OKC baller. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh.
It's not true.
All the asses connected.
Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang songs. Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang songs. Hey Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma, it's how they deal with the commies. Like casinos, dealing cards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real, there is no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg, it'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning, we follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars, they get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang songs. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang songs.
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where'd your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know, this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wysopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. Start calling me Sid, please, I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Three's company too high, 5 grams, just vibes. Saw God in the wood, no lie. She sent us back to the tribe like, yo, Savannah Guthrie, what the fuck is you doing? After a 2-month vision quest, you still putting back into it? While we silly sibing vibing, you on TV fake lying and crying. But the truth gonna come out soon, and Hoda just can't say
Nope.
She did it with the FBI. Ooh. Bent over and spewed their lies.
What up?
Worked out and swallowed her pride.
Let's go.
For back shots of fame in her eyes. I mean, dude, you really think the FBI couldn't find her fucking mom if they wanted to?
Who the fuck is Paul, dude?
Like, come on, man. They're all in cahoots together. They're so fucking dumb.
You're making cake?
They think that we're never ever gonna figure this out, but Savannah, we know.
We fucking know.
We know. Good night.
Yeah, Nana is still missing, dude. Nana Nancy is gone. She's no longer with us. Savannah doesn't even care, bro. Ooh, wait, I want to see.
A lot of strange.
We'll check on Truth Seeker's perspective in a minute. Any enemy of Tyler is a friend of ours. Where's the Guth, dude? Does anyone even frickin' care anymore? New details released?
Now we're following new revelations in the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
What?
FBI Director Kash Patel took to Sean Hannity's podcast this week, saying the FBI was kept out of the investigation for the first 4 days, slowing down the finding and release of crucial doorbell camera
Yo, that sounds like horse shit.
footage. He says that the DNA found in the investigation could have been analyzed faster.
When we were finally let in, Sean, look what we did. We went in and got the Ring doorbell, and we said, hey, is anyone talking to Google? That's why you have that image, because the FBI worked with Google to put that image out.
Well, Patel also criticized local authorities for using a private lab as opposed to Quantico, and that's the main FBI lab.
So the all that shit came just from the FBI. That makes sense to me because they are storytellers, right? They be telling stories.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department refutes the claim, saying in a statement, quote, while the FBI director was not on scene, coordination with the Bureau began without delay.
Hilarious, bro.
The first 48 hours of anyone's disappearance are the most critical.
FBI Director Kash Patel criticizing the Pima County Sheriff's Department for its handling of the unsolved disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
What we, the FBI, do is say, hey, we're here to help. What do you need? What can we do? And for 4 days, we were kept out of the investigation.
But on February 3rd, just 2 days after Nancy was reported missing, an FBI special agent appeared at a press conference in Tucson. And Patel...
Special agent of the FBI, you say? You know, it's interesting. So the police are bickering back and forth saying, oh, we could have done a better job if we were looped in earlier. Oh, why didn't anyone loop us, the FBI, in instead of us just taking control of it? Oh, and meanwhile, Savannah's here going, I don't care that the police are bickering back and forth about who did a shittier job finding my mom. I'm just glad that neither of them are finding my mom. I'm not going to use my platform to do diddly squat about my fucking missing dead mother that I killed and put in my basement. Isn't this ridiculous? Yeah, Nancy's just the new story to these cucks. Lisa Voldang, Savannah Guthrie, and Kathy Sanders walk onto a set. They walk into a bar. Paul's the bartender. They say, "What's up, son?"
Patel himself told Fox News the FBI was...
It's crazy that Savannah doesn't care that the FBI and the sheriffs are just fucking fumbling the shit out of her dead mother. Doesn't care. Can't be bothered. Couldn't care less, bro.
Already working with...
She said, I'm out here talking to fucking Kendall Kardashian. Wait, is that one of them? Kendall Jenner. I'm out here talking to Kendall frickin' Jenner. I do not care about where my mom's bloated corpse that's inside of a 55-gallon barrel in the middle of a lake. I don't care what that thing is doing. I don't care that the FBI can't find her intentionally so that we never have to confront this whole scenario we created for ourselves here. Dude, when are they gotta put this story to bed eventually, right? Do you think they're just it's just gonna be like, well, we assume Nancy's dead. Like, what's gonna be the thrilling conclusion that Savannah Guthrie is going to report to everyone? Yeah, dude, she's on TV every day and she's not using it for anything. She's like, I don't care.
Local authorities.
And you're assisting them in their efforts.
Absolutely. We're on the ground there with them.
Patel's latest comments made on Sean Hannity's podcast come more than 3 months since Nancy's abduction. In a statement,
it's your 111th stream watch streak? Holy shit, dude. Let's go. That's epic, bro. Those are some big numbers, Icon. Let's fucking go.
Pima County Sheriff
Thanks
Chris
for being
Nanos
here, bud.
says the FBI was promptly notified by both our department and the Guthrie family, reiterating what he told us back in February.
How do you respond to this report that says that you are not working with the FBI and holding back evidence?
The FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department are connected at the hip.
Dude, I swear to God, literally every sheriff in America is related to each other. They gotta be, bro. They're all this shaped. They're all sheriff shaped. What's up with that?
Not changed.
The FBI director told Hannity it was the Bureau that recovered...
Look, guys, the FBI got us this. Kash Patel got us this little ditty. This amazing footage. Imagine if this was Diddy. They let Diddy out to go do this.
Camera footage of the masked gunman outside Nancy's home.
When we were finally let in, Sean, look what we did. We went in and got the Ring doorbell. And we said, hey, Is anyone talking to Google?
You guys got that tape, which was the biggest breakthrough during that case.
We could have gotten it days before.
Patel also slammed Pima County for sending DNA evidence to a private lab in Florida instead of an FBI facility.
We would have analyzed it within days and maybe gotten better information or more information. Our lab's just better than any other private lab out there.
But Sheriff Nanos pushing back, saying that decision was made based on operational needs and that the lab it used and the FBI laboratory in Quantico have worked in close partnership from the outset and continue to.
Oh, so they're coordinating with Charlie Kirk, I see. Quantico? Charlie Kirk's leading the team in fucking... Where's that? Virginia? Quantico? Or that's
Collaborate in
Langley?
the analysis of evidence.
Hey, thanks for watching.
God, jump scare. What are we going to do with these guys, right?
There's some breaking news to tell you about. We are able to report that FBI Director Kash Patel is in, quote, panic mode. We have that brand new reporting breaking.
He's orders polygraphs for dozens of staff members. That's
moments
awesome.
ago from our colleagues Carol Lenig and Ken Delanian. It's about the turmoil inside the FBI right now after a string of deeply embarrassing and rather alarming stories about Kash Patel and his tenure as the head of the country's top law enforcement agency. From that new reporting, quote.
Yeah, this is 30 minutes ago, supposedly.
Kash Patel has ordered the polygraph.
Yeah, sorry that the FBI got you, Nancy. It's been a real shame, buddy. Sorry that you were a ritual sacrifice for the pedophile lizards at the FBI, Nancy, and your daughter, Savannah, who's a total cuck. Bro, even if Nancy just died of natural causes and they're doing all this hullabaloo, bro, people like this need karma to come back at them tenfold. How are these people not holding curses that are bigger than a fucking house on their head? You know what I mean? All these people, they do horrible shit, and then they get rewarded for it. They live forever. It does appear that if you're evil and bad, nothing but good stuff happens to you. So I think they must have the magic right, guys. I think we gotta be evil and bad. We gotta be like them, guys. That's the key to happiness. Evil and bad. And immortality. I mean, dude, fucking, what's his face is Turtle McTurtleston. Mitch McConnell is still alive. How? But yeah, I think Kash Patel is going to break soon, and I'm here for it. I love this shit. I want him to break. He could be the one that would squeal. I bet he'd make a video, and then they'd execute him, and then delete his entire social media and say that he was, they'll be like, oh, never mind, Kash was trans, and then make some AI video of him being a trans woman or something, and then... And then they'd throw him over the same bridge that Isaac Cappy supposedly fell off of. Yeah, Kash Patel, he's freaking, dude.
Of more than 24 former and current members of his security.
Bro, did you see? I think that Kash Patel, there's a chance Kash was in Hassan's chat the other day.
Detail and other staff
Spider
and
Kash
has been described as in panic mode to save his job and find leakers among his team. That is according to two people briefed on the development. Kash Patel has walled himself off from some senior bureau leaders this week in the wake of multiple media reports that raised red flags about his leadership. What's more, Patel has reportedly avoided meeting with operational leaders at the FBI this week.
Yo, why is Karma on their side? I thought Karma's supposed to be a bitch, not a lizard, dude. What the hell?
Raising fears that Patel is out of the loop on important investigations and threats. A spokesperson for the FBI declined to comment about the polygraph tests, but he denied that Kash Patel was walled off from senior staff at the FBI. I want to bring in senior investigative reporter Carol Lenig, who's bylined on that.
Yeah, wait, is there footage of who was holding Kash Patel's girlfriend's hand or whatever? I need to see that.
Mark and Melissa are still here.
Do we know who was holding her hand?
Carol Lenig, it doesn't sound like someone who's been defamed, does it?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on TV. But as a reporter, Nicole, you know, this is a person hunting for leakers pretty actively. And I think you've raised this point before, which is a smart one. How do you claim you're defamed, but also hunt?
Wait, real quick, while this is still up on my screen. Did you guys see this? Have you guys heard of this? There's this race called the Cookouts 250, where they run 250 miles in like Arizona or some shit. And this woman just beat the record by like 3 hours. Not for women, for everyone. She beat the record by like 3 fucking hours, bro. Look at the way she comes in on the last mile. She comes sprinting in, bro. She ran 250 miles in 56 hours. Someone said that she took 3 naps. One for 5 minutes, one for 7 minutes, and another for 7 minutes. What the fuck? The best part is that I've seen videos around when this is happening, like every year for the last few years. There's one guy that's like really popular. He kind of drives me insane because he seems like during the day he probably does like private and equity shit and like kills people and melts people, and then on the weekends he goes and does these ultra marathon things. Most of these people are fucking insufferable, but and that guy, they kind of drive me crazy, but it's always like they're dying, you know. It feels like they like feeling like they're martyring themselves or whatever. I'm not sure what it is. I've always said this about runners, is that runners love getting hurt and then continuing to run so that they're always hurt, so they can always talk about how they're hurt. But anyway, this girl, she just fucking schooled all of them, and she came in hot at the end. And there was an interview where she was talking, she was like, I'm looking to give, like, I want to empty myself completely. Like, I want to find a race where I can give literally everything, where if I take one more step past the finish line, I die. And so it doesn't seem like she's found that, which after 250 miles is fucking crazy. But anyway, this was pretty cool. Meth. Bro, if she ran 250 miles on meth, then meth is fucking it. Meth's a hell of a drug, bro.
I'd like to be able to figure out how to get to that place where you finish and you're just like destroyed. Like you could not have done any more than you've already done. So yeah, I think that's with jumping into these more competitive races that I have coming up, and with Cookouts coming up with such a stacked field, and me coming in with so much experience in the multi-days. All right, like I really want to find the empty. Like I want to do that entire race, like pushing myself so that I'm able to get to that.
Yeah, bro, what's she running from, bro? Girl, seek inner peace within. Stop running.
Deep barometer. I'd like to be able to figure.
Anyway, pretty cool though, right?
For people who released information that you believe maybe is sensitive.
Someone said that's like running. Someone said she ran 5 miles every hour for 56 hours. That's crazy.
Or
people are amazing.
Is somehow protected.
That's fucking nuts, bro.
You know, as we reported at MS Now a couple of, I can't remember if it was 2 days ago or a day, but it was basically a finding that Patel had ordered this investigation into the leaks or the sources to an Atlantic magazine piece that described how FBI agents were super, super worried.
Oh wait, here's the clip I saw.
You said that
of suspected Kash Patel.
No, not Kash Patel. Although I like the dude. Well,
look, his name is Spider Cash. This is probably just an Aunt Deb situation, but either way, it's still pretty funny.
Makes one of us, huh? How's your girlfriend doing? Huh? Spider Cash? She holding hands lately? How's your international country music superstar girlfriend that's not a Mossad asset doing right now, you think? Who is she doing right now is a better question, probably.
Oh! Human clown Kash Patel.
Now we know this is 100% Kash Patel because there is no one on the planet outside of Kash Patel, and yes, this includes his immediate family members, that would say, I'm not Kash Patel, although I like the dude.
Bro, that is pretty sus. That's pretty sussy. Although I like the dude, I like that.
Very
you said that.
Yeah, Cash Cartel, boys. Read the scroll. That's your new rapper name. Let's fucking go. Get on a war boner track.
About the leadership of
Cash
the Bureau
Cartel.
because of Patel allegedly engaging in drinking to excess on a pretty regular basis and having to reschedule meetings in the mornings after these quote-unquote alcohol-fueled events. We also then learned, because once you report one story, more people want to tell you more about other things that disturb them. We learned that Patel has ordered the polygraph of all of these agents, a very large group who used to travel with him and who travel with him now, to try to find out who may be talking.
Literally every picture of Cash Cartel, he's geeked. Fully geeked. Cash Bjorn Patelson, Viking warrior.
To reporters, this is sending a real chill through the FBI. But even more worrisome to them, Nicole, is the way in which Patel has not agreed to meet with lots and lots of other operational leaders in the Bureau. This worries people because there's a regular sort of line of threats and investigations that the Bureau director needs to be briefed on and needs some input on. Of course, there are some decision points that he must be involved in, and this is worrying them. I agree that we should emphasize that the FBI spokesperson, Ben Williamson.
What the fuck is this lady talking about anyway? Dude, I saw this video. This is so true. Honestly, this is all of the evidence that my mom needs, okay? Mom, this is full Michael Jackson exoneration. Here you go.
That's something absolutely crazy. They were like, if Michael Jackson really harmed those kids, he would probably still be alive right now. And I can't disagree.
That's all the evidence I need, bro.
Agree with it at all. My friend said something absolutely crazy. They were like, if Michael Jackson really harmed those kids, he would probably still be alive right now.
For sure, bro.
And I can't disagree with it at all.
Yeah, mom's always right, dude.
Epstein's suicide note just came out.
Oh my god, bro. This suicide note, after we read through this yesterday, I thought about it again, or, you know, came in my head later. I was like, this is the dumbest suicide note I've ever seen. It's so not a suicide note. It's like clearly like a note to his lawyer or something. That they're just like, oh yeah, it's his suicide note.
Were you waiting too? Because I'm sure he wrote it. It's a short one, so like, don't worry. Usually when the government writes manifestos and notes, they go all out. Usually it's like 10 pages. This one, they're like, we'll let them chill, you know? Cash just got done writing that whole shooter's manifesto. His arm was tired. He'd been drinking, you know? Okay, so here's the alleged Epstein suicide note. They investigated me for months, okay? Found nothing. All caps. You're like, was this written by Trump? Like, what, like, that's like the first red flag. That's like very, either this was written by Trump or like, that's how you know Trump and Epstein were boys, you know? They have similar writing habits. It's like when a band breaks up, it's like, no, I started the all caps. So he says, found nothing, all caps, 3 exclamation marks. I don't know if he's aware of this, but they definitely found something. There's like 8 billion pages in the Epstein files. 15-year-old charge results. I believe he's talking about a charge that he was given 15 years ago, which is like weird language because even his amounts of time are under 18. Exclamation again. This guy's just very excited for someone who's about to kill himself. He's like, off we go. This is where it gets even weirder. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Okay, Shakespeare-stein. That's like an emo lyric. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, it's also a treat to have.
That's what he wrote there? It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye.
Private jets flying you out of the prison after you fake your own death. So,
yeah,
what you want me to do? And that is correct. That is a whatcha. It is a W-A-T-H-A. What you want me to do? Dash. Bust out crying. This just shows that whoever wrote this does not have friends because in no generation is that cool lingo. It went from an emo song to a rap song real fast. He's like, it's a treat to be able to choose one's time. What you want me to do? So it's a Linkin Park song now. It's like, it's a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. What you want me to do? Bust out crying. Now his last line is all caps. No fun. Probably talking about jail.
No fun underlined. No more fun. End of Jeffy.
Maybe. Not worth it! Exclamation, exclamation. Now looking at his handwriting, it might not be a dash, it might be a tilde. Maybe he said no fun tilde, not worth it. It is very curvy. I think it was a tilde. Now, we know that the tilde, when you put it over the N, it changes the sound of the N. But what is a tilde on its own mean? Approximately. So he says no fun, approximately not worth it. Or it's like written in code, right? Because it's called a tilde, right? And he says no fun till day. So like, it's nighttime, he's gonna have fun tomorrow, you know? He said they investigated me, found nothing. So a 15-year-old charge results. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. What you want me to do? Bust out crying. No fun, not worth it. Yeah, somebody's got to turn this into a song. Iran will, yeah. Wait till the Lego video drops. Yeah, so that shit's fake as f.
Dude, this guy is relentless. Holy fuckaroni, dude. And also, this came out like, this news, I don't know how these boys are turning around this shit in, like a day. This dude be hustling, bro. Look at this tour. My God.
Jeffrey Epstein's suicide.
I want that push to the edge. I'm about to break. All right, boys. It was all in a movie. It was all in a dream. Everything feels kind of like a dream. Not in a great way.
You know my work?
Everything kind of feels like those dreams right now where you're trying to type on your phone or you're like trying to use your phone in your dream, you know? That's what life feels like right now, I feel like, a little bit.
I was right about Dallas, wasn't I?
How were you right?
Are you familiar with the antivirus agent Mulder?
Yeah, it was a deadly virus spread by field mice in the southwestern United States several years ago.
According to the newspaper, FEMA was called out to manage an outbreak of the hantavirus. Are you familiar with what the Federal Emergency Management Agency's real power is? FEMA allows the White House to suspend constitutional government upon declaration of a national emergency. Think about that. What is an agency with such broad sweeping power doing managing a small viral outbreak in suburban Texas?
You're saying it wasn't such a small outbreak?
No. I'm saying it wasn't the hantavirus.
Well, what was it? What was it?
When we were young men in the military, your father and I were recruited for a project. They told us it was biological warfare, a virus.
What killed those men?
What killed them, I won't even write about. We have no context for what killed those men, or any appreciation of the scale at which it'll be unleashed in the future.
A plague?
The plague to end all plagues, Agent Mulder. A silent weapon for a quiet war.
Bro, No, you can't say that. That's literally what the handbook's called. Quiet weapons or silent weapons for quiet wars.
The systematic release of an indiscriminate
Yeah, it's like a Paul fever dream.
organism for which the men who will bring it on still have no cure. They've been working on this for 50 years. While the rest of the world have been fighting cooks and commies, these men have been secretly negotiating a planned Armageddon.
Negotiating with whom?
I think you know.
Yeah, that's exact. You've had no dreams about your phone, but you had only one dream about a friend dropping their pager that had a message for me. That's exactly the experience of using technology in dreams. It's literally like your dream is telling you to fucking get rid of the technology. It's like, what is this? Gross. Drop it. Yuck. But that's what using your phone in a dream is like. Your fingers don't work and nothing actually works, and then it falls out of your hand.
Did you write?
You know my work?
Bro, I think we watched this documentary a while ago about one of the like death squads that went into that did the Nakba, and all of these old IDF agents like talking about what the fuck they did. Look at this shit. Of course we killed them. We killed them. Without remorse. If you killed, you did a good thing. These people are awesome, man. Look at how smiley they are, too. I was willing to kill. What would I tell her? What, I was a murderer? Hilarious. We drew something, bang, bang, bang. He killed them all. They took them like cows in front of them and killed them. During battle, if someone raised hands, I didn't take captives. How many people do you think you killed this way? Look at them big ol' fucking ears, boys. Holy shit. I didn't count. I can't really know. I can't count. That's what he meant to say. He says, I'm an inbred fucking Nazi. I can't count. He grabbed a woman, young and good looking. Went into a house, prepared a bedroom, and wanted to F her. Then the girl came back half dead, like a rag. One guy R-worded there a 16-year-old girl or something of the sort. You understand? But this is very ugly. That's why I'm so happy. There was one guy, he passed away. He was a savage. He wasn't nice like me. He wasn't a normal dude like me. I hate gross. He just took them and murdered them in the enclosures. You know, surrounded by barbed wire. All the men were rounded up. They were all sitting on the ground. And someone comes and takes a machine gun and starts. And then reload the cartridge. Some guys took flamethrowers and ran. Like, these people are literally fucking deranged, dude. They're diseased. Look at them. These are the people that are... These are the grandparents of the people that are doing this shit today. It's forbidden to tell. I'm not going to talk about it because you've said enough, buddy. War is war. Nasty old man. Fucking freaks, bro.
Events are happening. A lot of massive things are taking place.
This all does kind of feel like, yeah, I don't know, like the pieces are being set up at the beginning of a movie for something horrific to fall, you know? Little game they're playing of some sort. You think this is MK Ultra, like MK brainwashing of troops? What do you mean, like the way that they get them to be that brutal and shit? I mean, I think it's like what happens when they have, yeah, it's like, you know, they're not defending their land, right? They're people who are actively seeking out, aggressively stealing other people's land, right? So they're already fucked in the head to be able to want to do that. And then you spend, you know, it's 100 years of these same people teaching their kids and everyone learning how to do this from each other. The ones that don't go along with it are pushed out. So, you know, by the end of it, it's just like everyone, yeah, MK Ultraing each other into being more brutal. And that's how you wind up with people like this, you know? I don't know. It's so gross. People like this are disgusting. Vile critters. Yeah, and people defend them too.
Case in point, all of this stuff happening currently with the hantavirus is very bizarre. And one has to wonder if this is their next big thing that they have planned. One has to wonder, when you begin to research everything regarding this hantavirus and everything surrounding it, stuff just seems really off, especially everything involving the cruise ship. It just all seems very bizarre. And again, to me, this seems like more of their fear propaganda. It really truly does. Everything surrounding this virus, it really seems like more fear propaganda. And it really feels as if we are watching a script repeat itself. It really does. It really seems like...
Yeah, I feel like I got deja vu. Also, yeah, I'm in a deja vu dream where Paul won't call me back.
We are watching history repeat. But again, this is all about their chaos, their order out of chaos, and their fear. Because this is what these people want. They want to create as much fear as possible. And something else very odd is it seems like all of this stuff regarding the hantavirus is taking the focus off of the missing or dead scientist, which is very interesting. But right here, as you see on screen, all the passengers showing symptoms of the hantavirus have now been removed from the cruise ship. So again, all of this is very strange, and it really feels as if we are watching.
This ship should have just docked in Israel, bro.
A script repeat itself. But as you see with this headline, U.S. health authorities downplay domestic hantavirus threats. So again, I guess time will tell. But again, something really feels off about all of this, and I know I can't be the only one out there that finds this.
Dude, this feels normal. This does feel like par for the course, honestly.
To be very bizarre, very strange, and very off. And again, I can only imagine what else these people have planned. Look at this right here. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention downplayed any threat to Americans from the hantavirus as Americans aboard a ship with confirmed cases look to come home. Of course, they are going to downplay all of this, of course. And look at this right here. 23 hantavirus cruise passengers have returned home to all corners, including back to the United States, and one is already sick.
Let's go.
Again, I don't know what's next, but honestly, this all just seems like more fear propaganda, in my honest opinion. To me, this seems like they are trying it. To me, this seems like this is setting the stage for a major event to take place. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to happen for sure. I'm not. But when you begin to research everything, something really seems off. And the fact that there was only one quote unquote passenger having a video out when he was on the cruise ship about all of this seems strange too. Why wasn't there more videos from different passengers on this ship? That's another question that people have really got to ask, because it seems to me as if this is a fear propaganda. But all we can do is do the best that we can to spread the truth and hopefully wake up as many people as possible. And shout out to this person on TikTok, Red.
What are we even waking up to anymore? I'm like Cyrus. I'm ready to go back and eat the steak. Fuck it.
Breaks this down too, regarding all of this stuff with this cruise ship and how bizarre all of this seems.
Something does not sit right to me about this whole cruise ship situation. How is it that we get one video from that passenger on board who was crying and seemed nervous, but it almost feels like he's reading something?
We're not just
He fucking is reading something.
story. We're not just headlines. We're people with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part.
Like El Nabi says, he forgot to breathe.
We're not just a story, we're not just headlines. Kind of almost looks like he's looking somewhere else as he's talking. And my question is, with 150 people on board and 3 confirmed...
And saying we're not just stories, we're not just headlines, literally sounds exactly like what you are. Sounds like Faker Dake headlines.
People who have passed already from this virus. How is it that we're not getting more footage from other people from what's going on inside the ship? I don't know. This whole...
But also, I could see this hantavirus shit, this ship stuff being like a cover. You know what I mean? Like, that's what... I'm not saying that the CIA isn't about to fucking drop some horrible fucking virus on everyone. I mean, how many times do they have to do it before we're all like... Oh, yeah, they'll do this willy-nilly. I mean, AIDS, COVID, what the fuck else? Ticks. Lyme's disease was made by them. Pretty much everything. So, you know, they don't... This would be like a good thing to try and... And also it coming out of Argentina's like... Oh, so they used Mengele's labs to spread this disease, and they're saying it's coming from rats. Interesting. COVID was started by bats, remember? It was from bats, pigs fucking bats, and then humans fucking the pigs with bats, and then all doing a bukkake together, and then the human had to swallow the swirl of all the bukkake, and that's how COVID was born. But... You know, that got a lot of people questioning. Now they're like, oh, it's a rat. It's a Argentinian Nazi rat that gave everyone hantavirus. I don't know.
Whole thing kind of seems off to me.
This lockdown won't be like the last. We were given freedom to a degree on COVID lockdown. This one will be like prisoners. This one will be the final. This will be the final Palantir move. Yeah, Spirit shutting down, trapping everyone too. Yeah, the creatures, that's what I was saying yesterday. Part of me thinks they did COVID, so we'd think this one is bullshit when it's not. I still don't believe it, but I know, I'm not fully believing it too. Because also, like, everything that everyone gets their fucking panties in a twist about always turns out to be nothing anyway. It's always the sneaky shit. There's too much smoke about this. Too many people are already talking about it. I don't know. Part of it feels like just a big dumb 2-week time waster, because that's what all these stories are, right? Remember, in a year, all they need to have is 52 2-week stories lined up back to back. That's it. 52 fucking, oh, here's Jeffrey Epstein's suicide note. Oh, hantavirus is going to kill everyone. Oh, Iran war. Oh, you know. You need 52 of those stories a year, and you're set. You can keep doing your fucking, the same shit you've been doing for 20,000 years. Drinking people's kids and fucking them. You just got to cook up 52 little stories that'll keep everyone's wheels spinning. But yeah, I kind of thought that too. It would be the perfect thing that Stephen Miller would want to happen. Everyone make the first one a big goofball thing so that the next time when everyone is completely burnt out and totally over it already, do another one that's actually deadly, and boom, 40% is pretty close to the amount of people that Stephen Miller wants to kill from America, so. And true. Once it, yeah, once the real thing comes and starts hitting, it's going to affect black communities first, I bet, for sure. Yeah, dude. So I'm not sure what the read is on this yet. Most likely, honestly, nothing. We probably won't hear anything about this in a week and a half, which is great.
Not saying anything for sure, but let me know what you guys think.
So again, something really seems off about all of this. And it really seems as if history is repeating itself, because these people have planned this stuff well in advance. And something else very odd.
33.
The last time there was a major hantavirus outbreak in the United States was 33 years ago with 33 cases. You can't make that up if you...
Yeah, and that's true too. They've gathered a lot of DNA to target whoever the fuck they want. Yeah, what do we think 23andMe and shit is all about? It's about making genetic weapons to kill you. Let's hope it just peters out alongside the fascism. Yeah, honestly, I think hantavirus and fascism are about to just naturally fall out of style, boys.
Tried, and we know how these people are obsessed with numbers. And if that's not all, now the hantavirus has reached Singapore.
Breaking news, hantavirus has reached Singapore, with 2 people suspected of having the deadly disease currently isolating while being tested by doctors. We'll bring you...
It's amazing how this virus started on this cruise ship, right? And now it's reached Singapore. So again, it really seems to me as if this could be a major event. And something else very strange is an old episode of The X-Files actually talked about the hantavirus and even alluded to aliens being involved in all of this. Obviously, as I've already stated on multiple different occasions, aliens are demons, but it's still very interesting, especially with everything currently happening regarding the talk of aliens and this hantavirus.
You know my work?
Yeah, look, dude, everyone just gets fed the same shit. We're all just talking about and looking at the same shit.
I was right about Dallas, wasn't I? How were you right? Are you familiar with the hantavirus?
Set on our 2-week loops to spin our wheels and worry about Fantavirus. Wait. Tyler came up with the best one. Bro, look at this. Tyler came up with the fucking... This is what I should have named stream yesterday. I think Tyler fucking named his video this just to spite me because I was talking about this yesterday. He called this one 33 Hantavirus. Dude. Again, Tyler is speaking directly to me. I said, man, I wish I could have thought of a better pun name for that hantavirus. Then someone said Fantavirus. And then Tyler says 33 hantalyrus. Oh, Tyler, you're hired. Tyler is the new writer for the Catdad show. We've hired Tyler Hansen, Paul's nephew.
And I think it's really interesting that 3 states.
Yeah, let's see what Mr. Tyler's take is here, because then we'll be able to figure out what the real truth is.
Are monitoring U.S. passengers returning after the hantavirus outbreak. 3 states and 3 passengers evacuated after 3 to 4 days. Do you ever see this clip from the coronavirus outbreak?
33 Pennsylvanians who have tested positive for COVID-19. Today we have 33 cases.
There were 33 new cases.
The state of Minnesota today reported 33 new COVID-19 related deaths. There are 33 confirmed cases in Arkansas.
That's the largest.
Tyler is Big Brother. Yeah, dude. He's my Big Brother.
Single day increase so far, raising the total to 33.
33.
There were 33 confirmed cases in North Carolina.
So let me show you again. 3 states.
Yo, happy 9/11 to the Atlantic Ocean, boys. Imbibe if you like.
3 passengers. 3 days. And when there was 3 passengers, they were the evacuated ones. But there were also 3 confirmed cases. 3 out of...
Guys, sometimes we hang on the 3s and the 33s a little much, Tyler. Okay? It's funny little jokes, funny little goofs here and there. This is all the evidence ever now? 33? He highlighted 8. It says 8.
The 8. You want to see what 8 can do? Well, it's a nifty little thing when you just split it apart.
Bro, Tyler got me here. He goes, split it apart. Wait.
Confirmed cases. 3 out of the 8. You want to see what 8 can do? Well, it's a nifty little thing when you just...
Oh, is it fat? No, I thought I had it played set to 1.25. He's a little hyped up today. Why is Tyler amped up? His voice does sound different.
But there are also 3 confirmed cases. 3 out of the 8. You want to see what 8 can do? Well, it's a nifty little thing when you just split it apart.
Why is it so funny to me? Split it apart. He does like a fucking goofy voice.
3 confirmed cases. 3 out of the 8. You want to see what 8?
I love that he talks out of the side of his mouth too. I think it's really cute. Honestly, not making fun of him.
8 can do? Well, it's a nifty little thing when you just split it apart.
Dude, I would have so much fun with Tyler if he wasn't being a cuck literally all of the time. Okay, last time.
Confirmed cases. 3 out of the 8. You want to see what 8 can do? Well, it's a nifty little thing when you just split it apart. You even don't know what 33 is all about, but it's about the Freemasons. They love that number.
Do you think Tyler's trying to change the way he talks so he sounds less like Paul?
And they do a lot of that. They also love the eagle.
Does he not sound weird today? He does sound weird.
Bald eagle, in fact. Do you know what the United States national bird is? Well, it just happens to be the bald eagle. I wonder why that is. I wonder.
Dude, is he getting new media training or something? His cadence is different than usual. He sounds like a game show host. And his voice, it sounds like, I'm not sure what's going on.
Wondering why the number 33? Well, his tail, as in the dragon, Satan, swept a third of the stars out of the sky and flung them to Earth.
I'm assuming he just got his Adderall prescription doubled somehow.
And well, stars are symbolic for angels because it's a third of the fallen angels down here. And the fallen angels, well, they're the puppet masters of the Freemasons.
You mean the fallen angles, bro?
Makes you wonder about all the money, right? And how there's eagles on it, and in God we trust. You know who God is, right? As in Gadriel, a high-ranking fallen angel or watcher who led Eve astray in the Garden of Eden. Sure, that G stands for Google. And sure,
Bro, I need to make dumber content. I think that's the ticket. I need to be dumber and make dumber shit. If I embody stupidity, do you think I can get stupider? I think I'd be happier if I was dumber. You know what I mean? Not that I'm not happy, but like the awareness of everything does kind of drag you down a little bit, right? If you're just dumb enough to not be aware of anything, right? Would that be better? Can you turn back into an NPC somehow?
Dad stands for the Most High Heavenly Father. Oh, God can also mean reptile. God means reptile. You know what a reptile is? Well, yes, a serpent is a reptile. Seraphim angels are...
Bro, honestly, the journeys Tyler takes us on are some of the craziest ones ever. I don't even know how we get to any of the conclusions that he ever leaps to.
said to be...
The sound is cutting out?
Serpent-like. And the Seraphim angels, high-ranking celestial beings who, according to lore, fell from grace due to rebellion or pride. If I was prideful, I'd kind of want to put my name on all the money. Gad Riel. But of course, all this for entertainment.
Wait, is he saying God is a prideful being? Oh, dude, I'm telling you, he does worship Lucifer. This is a Luciferian, bro. This bro be fucking... He be worshiping the demiurge. Yeah, I know how you feel, but I tell myself I prefer the truth. I know I do prefer the truth. Some days, you know, you're just like, wouldn't it be nice to just be a fucking idiot? Nah, Catdad, it's too late. We already know you're smart. Dude, no, I gotta trick myself, too. I gotta make myself know that I'm dumber, even dumber than I... Just kidding, I don't think I'm dumb. But I'm saying, you got to think you're dumb to become dumb, right? So maybe if you just embody being dumb, maybe you can lose the awareness and maybe you'll be happy again, you know? Or just ignorant to what's going on. And then you won't worry.
Purposes, I'm sure that God means our Heavenly Father. And there were...
I just found out that Palantir did partner with a real company called Lumen, like the company from Severance. And their other corporate partner is named Gilead Inc., which is from Handmaid's Tale. Like, what the fuck is going on?
There were definitely 3 passengers evacuated in there.
Yeah, that's the problem too, Chatty. You can't get that stupid without stroking out. I think we're lost causes. We can't go back. Ignorance was bliss, dude.
Definitely monitoring in 3 states. Just like the outbreak happened 3 days after their disembarkment. Entertainment only, of course. I don't think there's a bunch of fallen angels down here.
What up, Alcomo? 691?
The
Hell yeah.
Freemasons, creating a bunch of lies to cause fear and panic, so we're easy to control by telling us what to do on the TV. No, they definitely aren't here. Go check out my All the Presidents.
Wait. Glenn Close is George Washington? Holy shit, I missed that one too. That's awesome.
Or a live video if you've never seen it. Entertainment only.
just went hashtag and what? 66.6K post. Ooh, 666, bro. Yeah, we're gonna Paul investigate the motherfucker. Crazy, bro.
If the pandemic was a less lethal PSYOP pandemic, to identify all the people who will not comply with government authority, right? AKA the people who won't wear a mask, won't socially distance, won't get the jab. And what if they fostered that sentiment on social media? What if they conspiracy nurtured the fuck out of it online to make sure that that group of people would never comply with a future pandemic ever again? Then it stands to reason that the ruling class could then use a much more real,
Dude, and yeah, think about it too. You figure out the ones that comply, they'll follow it the next time. And then you get rid of the problem. Oh. It would be diabolically, evilly genius. It is something they would definitely consider.
More dangerous, much more lethal pandemic to get rid of everyone who's non-compliant, right? Think about it. With the hantavirus mortality rate being between 35 and 45%, that's almost like a 50-50 chance. If you contract it, you're gone. So who would be left? Think about it. Who would be left? The compliant would only be left. The people who can't think for themselves, the people who blindly trust, and the people who comply with authority.
The good cattle. The good cattle who listen. Yeah, I complied and I would not this time, for sure.
Think about it. Stick with me on this. What if...
Yeah, I think we're giving them too much credit, too. I think this is all going to be nothing. I think this is all just another TikTok fucking spin everyone up into a fucking tizzy for 2 weeks. Remember, they just need 52 stories in a year, bro. That's it. 52 little stories. But yeah. Oh, I mean, honestly, 9 times out of 10, no, 100 times out of 101, this is going to be nothing. We'll be fine. Fuck them. I'm over these bitches. Oh, so who brought up Koyana earlier today? It's a Hopi prophecy, but it was also a movie that had Philip Glass soundtrack. Who made the movie? Was it I forget who it was.
You've probably seen a very famous documentary called Koyanis Kwatsi. That's a Hopi word. It means fourth world, or the world out of balance.
Out of balance,
the
yeah.
The Hopi believe that this is the fourth world, and that we re-emerged, in fact, from the Grand Canyon. Re-emerged from the Earth. The Earth was flooded. This is their belief. This is the final world, incidentally, which is an interesting thing. That various guides and things taught them lessons how to live on the Earth. But yes, they survived the flood by being under. In fact, this little guy is
Marcel.
The humpback flute player was the first of their guides to tell them.
Like the caretaker of Earth.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's. This is actually Kokopelli, but yes, Masao is the keeper of the Earth. Yes, the Hopi were offered, for want of a better, an easier existence, or they were told that they could live a stricter life, but they would be guaranteed abundance. That the Great Mystery would never abandon them. They chose quite a harsh life on these mesas, and the traditionalists have stuck to that. Another thing that attracted me to them is that in Hopi society, there's only been one major rift or civil war, and it was settled by a tug of war.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Dude, everything should be decided by tug of war.
Old Orobai or Arabi, which is traditionalist, and you have the new one, which is still Hopi, but more modern or progressive or whatever. My business, in fact, is called Fourth Mesa, which is a bit of a conceit. So I like to think I'm because they live on 3 mesas.
Do you know, I only clicked on that this morning.
Oh.
So much at once. Inflation, war, aliens, data centers. It's like they're running out of time to accomplish whatever they're trying to. And you know what, dude? I think eventually what they're going to do is what is basically happening now. They're burning everyone out, that eventually everyone is just going to fucking do what people do when they burn out. They're literally going to freeze and stop. You know what I mean? Like when you just rage quit everything and you're like, I can't take it anymore. That's got to happen soon. They're getting us closer to that every day as a community. And dude, I feel like once the first, it just needs to be a couple people big time quitting in some way, I feel like. But who knows? Maybe not. Maybe we're just going to do this forever. No, not true, guys. We're not going to do this forever. We're not going to spin our wheels forever. Dreaming about a life we're never going to have.
It's no reason to. It's probably heresy. I don't know, because clearly I'm not a born.
How do you know?
Yeah, I think they also know that everyone is paranoid as fuck and obsessed with conspiracies now, thanks to Zuckerberg taking the guardrails off meta platforms. Just more loosh. Amen, bro. Yeah, and I think that's what's it feels like to me, is that this whole thing is just a PR fear campaign, a PR get everyone talking, mission. There's not any real things, I don't think. We'll see, maybe, but it's all just kind of bullshit. It takes 2 weeks to dispel these kind of stories anyway, so by the time we get there, we'll have moved on.
Dope it.
How do I know?
When they sent the people to all ends of the world to find their center space. Am I correct?
Yes.
How do you know over thousands of generations you're not one of those people?
Interestingly, and this I will, look, there is a fictional white person called the Great Pahana who will actually come. A lot of Hopi prophecies, which I won't go into, have come true.
First and Second World War.
Yeah, etc. Yeah, the United Nations, a whole bunch of other things. A lot of technology, etc.
It's actually quite scary.
It is, yeah. Anyway, let's not go into Hopi prophecy just now, if you don't mind. But yeah, there is the Great Pahana. So I guess that's my big chance, because he comes from the east, and relative to them, I am from the east. I am a white man, so I've got 2 out of the 3 maybe. But that's the only. It sounds like a line from a Bill and Ted movie. I know, the Great Pahana, but
yeah, it's like they're trying every avenue to make everyone go nuts. They are. That's why art of peace is important. Somewhat powerful to not engage. True. Oh, brother, man. Believers vs. Knowers, this 6-hour documentary.
Sister wants to know, what category does a theorizer fit in? I don't really think that a free thinker is a theory maker. People that make theories, they don't go where the facts take them. They create explanations to support phenomena that they want to force as facts. But there is no facts for these things, so they're supported by theories that are upheld by consensus, meaning we all agree that this theory is correct. Even though a theory ain't technically a fact, they'll play a semantic game with you. But the question needs to be re-examined. I want to break the question down for a second, sister. When you say most answers at this stage cannot be verified by evidence, I'm gonna say something. We reach a point in our research that goes beyond what we call physics or physicality. In other words, we reach a point in our research where we get into the metaphysical, which is beyond the physical. And we tend to see this point as a dead end. It is not. It's actually a gateway into a whole rabbit hole and portal of information that we're channeling from the other side. Because when you say beyond the physical, you're dealing with a reality that's real. It ain't theory. There's a reality beyond what we call human understanding and experience and senses. Our 20/20 sight, our limited hearing, because we can only hear from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Just like sight, we got 20/20. We're in a 20/20 prison. But that's only a prison if you think that beyond the 20/20 understanding is a theoretical reality. So in that sense, I can understand where you're coming from. But for where I am, my great sister, and by the way, can we drop some bombs for this sister for such a great comment here, a great way to open up the show. This is I can tell, a thinking sister here. But I don't want her to think that when we get into the metaphysical aspect of our research, it's a dead end. That's basically my answer. That's a gateway into a whole nother universe. And it can be a dead end if you're not willing to grasp the fact that what we call physical understanding is less than 1% of all there is to know. So when you cross over to the metaphysical understanding, you're now entering the portal that leads to that hidden 99%. That ain't a dead end, but it can be overwhelming because it's so much to talk about once we break the physics barrier, once we break the box of perceived solidness or solidity, once we start thinking out the box, especially if you're onto stuff like the simulation theory, which if you're into the simulation theory, there's only one explanation for a simulation being a thing, and that's you can't call this reality a simulation if you're not dealing with the idea that this.
Hell yeah, bro. I kind of want to check out this Ted K thing. Did we watch this? I feel like we did. Oh, it's like this German doc, right?
Pleasure to inform you we're in the very capable hands of Captain Walker, and he is assisted by First Officer Hawkins. Captain Walker has informed me our flight time today will be 5 hours. Their beverages will be complimentary. For a complete listing of the beverages we do offer, you can refer to the Back to Hemispheres magazine.
Mit diesem Film bin ich in eine seltsame Sache geraten.
Oh, I remember. I feel like we started watching it and it's all in German.
Opfer ist der Computerwissenschaftler David Gelernter.
Cards, and I just stood there like a kid with my nose.
John Brockman ist mein erster Gesprächspartner. 1963 kommt er nach New York und startet eine Karriere als Investmentbanker.
I was walking through Central Park one day, playing my banjo, and along comes Jonas Mekas with his little 8mm camera, and he starts filming me, and we started to talk. And within a day, I was the new director of the Filmmaker Cinematheque. And I quit my job. And he said he wanted to put together a festival based on cinema, but incorporating other arts. And that was the mandate. And he made some suggestions. We thought about it, talked about it, and it was up to me to put it together. And so I called it the Expanded Cinema Festival. And I went to Rauschenberg, Oldenburg, Namjoon Paik, the USCO group, Caroline Schneemann, dancers, artists, poets, audiovisual people, and the only requirement was cinema somehow was incorporated into the piece. Just a total rearranging the senses. You didn't know what you were looking at. And all these people were experimenting with media. They were dealing with technological stuff. You know, nobody was talking about cybernetics at the time, but they were all reading McLuhan. Rauschenberg told me about McLuhan, suggested I read it. Then Cage handed me a copy of Cybernetics by Norbert Wiener and said, "This is something for you." Because I was extremely interested in notions of feedback and nonlinearity. I got a call from A.K. Solomon, who was head of biophysics at Harvard, and he had read about the Expanded Cinema Festival. Said, you know, we have all these scientists up here at Harvard and MIT, and a group of us would like to invite a group of artists to spend a couple of days in a seminar. You know.
Yeah, guys, whenever you feel like the world is it's all just too much, just remember, Jeff is fine, Paul is fine, Charlie is fine, Nancy is fine, and we're fine. Just breathe, guys, it's fine.
To talk about mutual interests. So I was invited to put this together, which I did. And then they took us to see the computer. There was a room.
Computer, make Ted Kaczynski gay and horny.
And everybody there was wearing white coats, and they were cold, and we were cold watching the computer and all these cards and file cards, and I just stood there like a kid with my nose against the window, and it was so exciting, and I have no idea why. J.Z. Young, an Oxford biologist in
Jay-Z, dude? Jay-Z was a biologist before he was a rapper? Holy fuck, I didn't know that. And before he was a pedophile with Diddy?
In science, said we create tools and then we mold ourselves through our use of them. And I read that in 1964, and something went off. And I suddenly realized that reality isn't this thing in front of us on a proscenium stage. It's a movable feast. We are creating technologies. Then we are the technologies. It's not your heart is like a pump. Your heart is a pump. It's not your brain is like a computer. Your brain is a computer until the next thing comes along. Now you're a neural net, or now you're an information system.
Yeah, dude, that's true. That's kind of how... That's how they control us, too, with... Like, if we made anything else, reality could be totally different, you know what I mean? Like, everything just looks the way it does because we've been put into this shit through this, like, continuous line of different technology that they keep forcing down our gullets, bro. When really, we just want to fucking hang around with the sun. Do some dancing. Do some garden. But they say, no, do some productivity, bro. Do some get me money. Insane.
And, the circles widened.
Why don't you go to Paul's house? Well, first, because I don't live in Mesquite, Nevada. Second, because that would be when the FBI would be like, oh, he's trying to kill Paul. But maybe one day I'll go stop by Paul's house if I'm ever coming through. I'd knock on his door for sure. But I think actively going to seek out Paul would get me in trouble. We'll see, though. Also, it's like I don't really have the ability to go there. I have a bike, you know? But one of these days, I would love to. And honestly, I don't really want to be, I'm not that thirsty. Paul needs to come to me. If anyone's coming to anyone, it'll be Paul coming to me. Yeah, I would ding dong ditch his ass for sure. Yeah, girls just want to have fun. But you know how easy it would be for them to flip it into lunatic influencer goes to assassinate FBI agent, you know. That's what the headline would be. They'll be like, dude, they'll make me into Mark David Chapman or whatever about John Lennon. Can you imagine? They'll be like, he's been making songs about this FBI agent for years. Music videos, rap songs. He's got a whole collective making an album about the guy. He has Photoshop pictures of him. He's got pictures of himself as a domestic terrorist with a shirt that says Catdadistan on it. Trans lunatic influencer. Exactly, dude. It's really scary too. I think he also lives in some kind of a private community or something. It doesn't look like it's a gated community. It is like one of those like closed off like suburbs or subdivisions, you know. But I don't think it has like a I don't think it's privately gated. We did go up and down the road and there's not like a checkpoint. But yeah, they'll call me schizophrenic for sure. They'll be like, yeah, this guy also thinks that this FBI agent had something to do with trying to get him into a fucking rehab last year in Florida of all places. It would be so fucking funny though, and honestly, if Paul, like I can't give Paul any openings for that kind of shit, you know what I mean? I'm baiting Paul to come here. I want Paul to meet me where I am. I'm not trying to go on vacation to see Paul. When I'm going on vacation, I'm going to do cool shit with my friends or whatever, you know? I'm going to play music with my boys. That kind of stuff. I'm not looking to go hang out with Paul. That's like a business trip. I only got so many days that I can, you know, escape from my home. And wasting one on Paul when he's so clearly not giving me anything, you know? It would be silly on my part. Get a job at the community clubhouse. What, you mean like the golf course near them? Or just to like get the scoop on everyone around? Who's the person that lives with him? It's a 70-year-old woman. Could it be his real mother? Is it the one that's like Karen Weisopel or something? I'm not sure. I have thought about calling his family members, though. I'm not above that for sure. I honestly, kind of want to get in touch with Chris Weisopel. That's the guy that I think may be his quote-unquote brother, possibly. And he was like a computer hacker. Yeah, don't forget to like the live stream if you're liking it, boys. Yeah, Paul's an on-stream sort of thing and on the internet sort of thing until Paul comes and makes contact. Then it's fucking okie dokes. Okie dokes up. Time to get Paul. He's got to make the first move though. Yeah, we got to find Paul's sister Jennifer McVeigh too. Yeah, that's actually true though. You're right. I'm just worried about Paul missing because the FBI doesn't care about where their special agent in charge is, who navigated the Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting for them. He navigated the Oklahoma City bombing, doing it for them. He navigated the 9/11, dude. And then he moved 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock 9 months before the Las Vegas shooting and then goes missing and no one knows where the fuck he is? You're so right. I mean, no, honestly, if I was within like 4 hours of him, if it was like a 4-hour drive, I would do it. But going to Las Vegas, that's a bit much for right now. It would be fun to do on-the-road investigation shit like that, though. One of these days. One of these days, the show will be in a van, I'm sure. Yeah, Catdad in Vegas. One of these days, literally no one is going to be able to rent anymore. No one's going to live in homes at all. Everyone's going to live in vans, and then we'll go to Paul's house. Where was Paul in 93 when the World Trade Center got hit? Dude, I bet that was literally the week that he failed, that he flunked out of Green Beret training. Almost guarantee it.
So
here, wait, actually, when was the... When was this shit? February 26, 1993. Mushka, the purrs are crazy, baby. Hold on, let me go grab my book that has the timeline.
There was Heinz von Forster, who was the dean of the World Cyberneticists. There was Gregory Bateson, Stuart Brand. Almost all these people were authors, as I was. I'd read all their books. And no one in New York had a clue that there was something happening, that there was a consciousness or mindset that had evolved, and you could connect all these people. Like, you can connect this and this. You know, there are ways to put it together and to see a cohesive whole, and they were best-selling authors, and they were getting screwed by the publishing industry. So I was dragooned into becoming an agent because I had a business background, and they said, why don't you just go back and look after our interests? You know, take you an hour a day. And I thought...
Okay, here we go. Wait, when was it? It was February 26, 93. Oh. Okay, hold on. So, Paul does... So 1991 is when Paul goes and tries to do the thing with the Green Berets, and then he gets blisters, and then he quits. That's April 3rd through the 7th. So 4 days. He tried for 4 days in 1991. Then after that is when he quits Army, right? So then he leaves in 92. By October of 92, he's working... No, for all of 92, until January 26th, 1993, he's working at that fucking Buffalo 51 place, working for CalSpan. He quit less than a month. No, he quit 1 month to the day before this. He quit CalSpan and then says he went on the road for the traveling gun show circuit in January 26, 1993. This shit happened February 26, 1993. It's just interesting, man. It's very curious. He dies, Timothy McVeigh dies 3 months before September 11th. He quits his Calspan upstate New York job 1 month before the 93 bombing. He goes to he quits his Orlando nightclub, or he quits fucking being the special agent in charge of Tampa 9 months before the Las Vegas shooting and moves 1 mile away from Stephen Paddock. I don't know, man. I don't know. What if Paul had a hand in literally all of this shit? And then, dude, right after that, what did he go do? He went to fucking Waco. Right? Yeah, because April 93 is Waco. Yeah. This shit happens February 26th. Then March 1993, he's at Waco. April 19th, 93 is when the U.S. kills everyone at Waco, supposedly. These fucking people, right? I don't know, man. Paul's the GOAT. He is the GOAT. Paul's in everything. His poor blistered feetsies. Totally reasonable, guys. Army's super nice about little ouchies. Like, dude, he literally was, he was like the assistant to one of the biggest generals over in Desert Storm. They gave him a little leave of absence or whatever to go do this Green Beret training. He fails out of it and then he quits. He doesn't just go back. Come on.
Thought it would be a nice way to pick up some money while I wrote books, and I found out very quickly that it was I was sitting on an oil well and I couldn't control, and that was 30 years ago.
In 1993, someone attacked your network. We talked about your network, and David Gallant, one of your fabulous writers, received a letter bomb from the Unabomber.
Right.
Why do you think he was a target?
Well, I know he was a target. This madman, criminal madman, would read the New York Times, and a lot of the people he picked as targets were people that John Markoff had profiled. So Gallant was the subject of one of the biggest profiles ever in the Times in 1991, and I'm sure that had something to do with it.
But the Unabomber, he studied in Harvard, and he was a mathematician.
Yeah, and he's a sick criminal. I wouldn't have a serious discussion about this guy. You know, he doesn't rise to the level. I think he's a guy that wrote this manifesto that he couldn't possibly get published because it's written so badly and it's so flawed. So in order to get it published, he killed people. End of story. People can have arguments about environment and science, but you don't need to kill people to make your point. And I wouldn't dignify him by discussing him any further. Let's change the subject.
Sorry, buddy. The whole documentary is about Ted Kaczynski, brother. Is Ted dead? I don't think Ted's dead. I thought he was still alive. Oh, he died 3 years ago. Fuck. Man, he was in the Bahamas, North Carolina. What the fuck? What a shame, bro. Uncle Ted was not wrong. Yeah, wasn't he like blowing up? Wasn't he trying to blow up like people who ran like airlines and shit? Like, He was like original Luigi, just a little verbose. Just talked a little too much, you know? Wrote a little too much. Used too many big words.
So call a car.
Yeah, smoke a spliff for Uncle Ted, dude. Yeah, dude, this is the Koyantasquan... what is it called? Koyantaquansti? This is the great web in the sky coming to bring about the apocalypse. The net. The advertisement. The chemtrails. The electricity lines. Oh my god. Yeah, they killed Ted because Gen Z started liking him too much. Look, even this documentary is like, Ted wasn't wrong, dude. And this is from like 20 years ago, bro. 2003, 23 years ago. Holy fuck, bro. Dude, everything was this crazy even back then? In 2003, it was this wild? Bro, I literally remember a time before computers, and it was crazy. I do remember when they brought the first computers into my school, and I was like, what the fuck is that? They literally put them underneath the staircase in a storage room. What is this video? It's called The Net. It's about Ted Kaczynski.
John Brockmans Reaktion auf meine Frage nach Ted Kaczynski überrascht mich. Was ist das für ein Manifesto, das er erwähnt?
What is this manifesto? How sane is Ted K? Super. Yeah, this is all you need to know, is that this is the picture they show of him all the time. If he was a real criminal, they'd show a clean-cut picture of him.
Zwischen 1978 und
Between
1995
97 and 95, the U.S. is shaken by a series of bomb attacks.
erschüttert eine Serie von Bombenanschlägen die USA. 3 Menschen
The
sterben
people are
und
killed and
23 werden zum
23
Teil
are
schwer
injured,
verletzt.
some of them seriously.
Ziel der Bomben sind
The
Chefs
bombing
großer
targets are
Fluggesellschaften
major airline
und
executives,
Wissenschaftler verschiedener
scientists, and select
Elite-Universitäten.
elite universities.
Die Fahnder des FBI
FBI investigators assume the attacks are the work of a single intelligent person. Correct, who they codenamed the Unabomber.
Das Computerkürzel aus
Computer abbreviation of the words universities and airlines.
1996 erhalten
96, the New York Times and Washington Post received letters.
in denen eine bisher unbekannte
Previously unknown terror group, Freedom Club.
Die Abkürzung von Freedom Club, die Veröffentlichung
Bro,
eines
we should bring back the Freedom Club, and claims it will discontinue the attacks
Manifesto fordert und dafür die Einstellung
when
der
its
Anschläge
demand
anbietet.
for the publication of a manifesto is met.
Mit Genehmigung des FBI erscheint
Wait, he literally was like, if you publish this, I won't do bombings? That is pretty funny. Bro. The thing that he was railing against, man, is the thing he needed the most. He just needed the internet. Ted K just needed the internet. He didn't need these fucking universities. He didn't need these newspapers. Ted, it's not that the internet is inherently bad. It's that the people who made it are inherently bad. The internet is kind of exactly what you wanted, Ted. You wanted a way to distribute your fucking dope manifesto.
August 1995.
The FBI sanctions pre-printing the 56-page manifesto, which leads to the arrest of mathematician Ted K. That's his fucking brother, dude. His rad-ass brother fucking sold him out. On reading the text, David Kaczynski recognizes quotes from his brother Ted. Honestly, too, dude, I mean, is Ted K even real? You know what I mean? Isn't the whole story that the brother's like, oh, he says this one phrase wrong the same way as my brother, and he spells this one word wrong. I don't know, at least the details in these old FBI stories are at least better than the new ones. They don't even give us any juicy details like that. I like that one, you know.
Frau des FBI. 1996 verhaftet das FBI Ted Kaczynski in der Wildnis Montanas, wo 25 Jahre in einer selbstgebauten Hütte lebte.
He's been living in a cabin for 25 years. Yo, that hair, has he got a fucking fro? That's awesome. Yeah, it was crazy when they brought computers to school for the first time. I do miss going on when going online was an event. It was easier to look stuff up in the dictionary. Yeah, dude. I do miss that. I miss the sound that it made. If you had to jump through the hoops that we had to get on the internet back in the day, no one would fucking care about it. Let's go back, man. Can we go back? Honestly, it was so cool. Remember when you'd have the really long phone cord? So you could walk around more than just like being attached to your kitchen or wherever the fucking phone was? This is all an advertisement for Amazon. The next interview partner is Brockman's friend and client, Stuart Brand. We met in Sausalito, a former fishing village close to San Francisco. Oh my god, and if you picked up the phone while you were on the internet, it would literally kick people off the internet. That was so funny. I miss my mom screaming at me to get off the internet so she could use the phone. Yeah, dude. What a world, right?
Stuart Brand gehört in den 60er Jahren zu einer Szene von Hippies und
During the 60s, Stuart Brand belongs to the scene of hippies and artists
die auf einer
who
Hausbootssiedlung
live in
am Rand
houseboats at
des
the edge of
Sausalitos lebt.
Sausalito.
Eine zentrale Figur
The
dieser
author
Szene
Ken
ist der
Casey is
Schriftsteller
a
Ken
central
Kesey.
figure in the scene. Wait, is he one of the fucking... Is he one of the goofballs or whatever the fuck?
60 ist er eines der studentischen
Kesey was one of the
an denen im Auftrag der amerikanischen
guinea pigs employed to test LSD in a project commissioned by the American government. Is Kesey... Wait, what were they called? Who were the people who went and spread around LSD for the CIA? They were like the funny guys or something. It was like a really stupid name.
Regierung
They hung out with like the Grateful Dead and shit. And they were all fucking feds.
LSD getestet wird. Später ist er mit Musikern
Then he goes on
und der
tour with
Theatergruppe
musicians and the
Prankster
Merry Pranksters! Let's go! That's their name.
Road, bei sogenannten
In order
Acid
to conduct so-called acid tests promoting LSD and other drugs. Yeah, dude, this is what the CIA did.
Tests für LSD und andere Drogen zu werben, die das Bewusstsein
That
in ein
turned
offenes
consciousness
System verwandeln.
into an open system, an alternative form of cybernetics. Oh, she's saying that the acid was to open everyone's firmware up to new programming. Is that what the acid was for? I think it was, dude. I think the acid fucking burned everyone. I think it reprogrammed their asses like little computers. Not that acid necessarily does it on its own, but acid with whatever the fuck was going on in the 60s and 70s. I mean, they turned the hippies into literal fucking Wall Street brokers. It's the greatest fucking MK Ultra experiment of all time. They did it. They made the boomers go from hippies to being the most fucking cucked losers of all time. Hilarious.
Stuart Brand war einer dieser
Stuart Brand was one of those
alternativen
alternative
Kybernetiker und hat noch heute
cyberneticists.
in Sausalito ein kleines Büro und Atelier.
And he's still got a house in Sausalito, which means he's still a Fed.
Brand ist der Erfinder des Begriffs
Brand coined the term personal computer.
Und in den 60er Jahren
During the 60s, he
Herausgeber des
published the Whole Earth Catalog,
einem Versandkatalog
a
für
mail-order
alternative
catalog for the
Lebensweise.
countercultural lifestyle.
In den 80er Jahren
In the 80s, on
installierte
a
auf einem
houseboat in Sausalito,
das erste alternative
he sets up the first ever
Computernetzwerk der Welt,
alternative computer
The Well.
network, The Well.
In den 90er Jahren
In
ist
the
er Berater
90s, he
für die
works as
kalifornische
a
Computerindustrie.
consultant for the California computer industry.
Wie kommen Computer,
What brings
LSD
computers, LSD, and hippies together? The CIA.
In 1960 and 61, I was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army based at Fort Dix, New Jersey.
There it is.
And on weekends when I could get away, I went to the Lower East Side of New York and hung out with artists, because by then I'd been hanging out with artists in San Francisco in 1959 and 60.
This is a dirty Fed.
John Brockman was part of that, a fellow named Steve
Dude kind of looks like Epstein a little bit.
Durkee, a poet named Gerd Stern, a group of artists and engineers called USCO was taking shape about then, standing for Us Company. The mechanism of meeting Ken Kesey was very straightforward. It was through Indians. By chance, I was a photojournalist then, and I got a job through a friend photographing Indians in Oregon at the Warm Springs Indian Reservation. So I photographed these guys, and I thought, this is a real interesting, different America that I didn't know about, that is fundamental and profound. And then Kesey's book came out, One Flew Over.
Oh, I do like this map thing though of the Earth or the like culture. Right, this is that thing that like maps all the different parts of our world history together.
The Cuckoo's Nest.
Affluent white kids. Wait. Yeah, the hippies were just rich white kids. Bunch of affluent white kids. Yeah, they wanted to stick it to the man until the man said, or do you want to become private equity bankers? They said, yes, Daddy, yes.
Which had a character in it named Chief Broom. And Chief Broom was portrayed as an Indian from the reservation where I'd been working. So I was moved by that, and it sort of gave me the rest of the permission to think what I was thinking, that Indians were important. And so I sent Kesey photographs through a mutual friend. I knew his address that I'd taken, and he basically sent back a note, come on down, and was welcomed right in and blended in and became part of it.
We're on our way to L.A. We'll have to all get together on one plan of attack. How are we coming in? Is everybody coming in everywhere? You're going to have to all be everywhere.
Three joints?
Trumpet Trips production at the moment is the acid test. Okay, once again, the train is in.
Being on the bus, going from acid test to acid test, basically, which was Kesey's form of performance art, using our band was a group called the Warlocks, which later became the Grateful Dead. A number of people around the group were ex-Army, like I was. A number of them were artists. And it was intensely improvisational.
Everybody always Army.
Get some power up here on the stage. Our best technicians are now on the problem. All right, turn up the microphone.
Was it a moving laboratory? Yes. In Kesey's mind, it was a moving laboratory. He said, these scientists talk about doing research, and that's really all they're doing is research. We're doing search.
That's what we call cat bus. It's a nice jailing technique for cats.
And if we don't boil rocks and drink the water, how do we know it won't make us drunk? And what we do is boil rocks. In other words, try any damn thing. And some of them were pretty interesting experiments. One, for example, would be take a whole bunch of people sitting around, basically stoned, 15 people. Take a bunch of garden hose and cut it up into 8 or 10 foot lengths, tie it all together in a knot, grab two pieces, talk into one and listen to the other. And everybody's doing this. And so you know who you're hearing, but you don't know who you're talking to. And this is happening in a group of 15 people, just to see what happens. That was search. The Whole Earth Catalog Project certainly had all of that frame of reference, but it specifically came out of an LSD afternoon where I was on a rooftop with probably 200 micrograms of LSD in me, nothing better to do. And thinking about, or in context of lectures I had recently heard by Buckminster Fuller. And Fuller, like McLuhan, was one of the people we were paying attention to then. And Wiener was in there, Cage was a little bit in there. For the initial audience, in my mind, was communes. It was people who were trying to reinvent civilization, and I was just trying to provide the tools with which to reinvent civilization. And turned out a lot of people were interested in that. The communes that try to, quote, go back to basics and just farm, made a real good try at doing that, and some of them even learned a fair amount of serious farming. A book that we purveyed in the Whole Earth catalog called Goat Husbandry was a very popular book, and it's a good book. You know, you get the book, get a goat.
Yeah, I don't feel like I miss being young specifically. I just miss how connected people had to be in person. I honestly feel bad for people who don't get to experience life before smartphones. I agree too. Yeah, dude. Felt different.
You can do it. Milk and everything.
Fuck these phones, man. I remember loving my grandma's encyclopedias. We used to write down, like, if we had like a question that we couldn't figure out or whatever, we used to have like a little notepad that we'd write it down, and then when we'd go to grandma's house, we'd pull out the fucking encyclopedias and try and figure out whatever the fuck we were thinking about earlier that week.
But it didn't play out very far. It was basically a different kind of dead end from what drugs were. Whereas some of the technology, some of the alternative energy technology showed real promise. Solar energy basically took off gradually and takes off to this day. Computer technology, obviously. And
computer, make the sun gay.
The counterculture hippie frame of reference was there for outlaws of all kinds. It basically swept right through the outlaw computer people, the hackers, and became their frame of reference in a kind of a gift economy optimistic approach. Became then the basis for personal computer software, then the internet and the web, and on and on. And that's the main legacy from the 60s, as far as I'm concerned, is the open system approach to everything having to do with computers.
Stuart, you offered 2 lines in the catalog. How to use a computer and how to build a cabin in the woods like Thoreau, one of the American icons. On one side, you offered technology, and on the other side, anti-technology in one book.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Was there a discussion about that among the users of the catalog, or was it a conflict? What was your position in this time?
We came down on one side of the conflict between technology and anti-technology. We came down on the side of technology. Basically on the theory of the way to make a technology work for you is just grab it and run with it and go do whatever you want with that technology. And if that happens and everybody does that and these technologies basically get democratized, then they will work out okay. If you fail to do that and just say they're very, very evil and I will never touch them, then they have complete freedom to be as...
Computer, show me the real sky. Computer, make all chemtrail planes crash and burn. Computer, make all satellites crash and burn too. Computer, shut down all computers.
As evil as they want. You know who wound up in Thoreau's cabin was the Unabomber. Was Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
Saying this is evil, 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 and I'll prove it by killing some of the people who do it. And then, that line then leads to Bill Joy saying, Ted Kaczynski is right about a few things. You read his stuff, and there's some sensible critique in there that we need to take seriously because, what if we democratize weapons of mass destruction? Is that a good thing? It was okay to democratize personal computers and the internet, but what about weapons of mass destruction? It's a fair question. And that's one that we're now dealing with in the early 21st century. I think it will eventually...
Boy, have the chickens come home to roost in 2026, man.
Sort out, but it's a real question. Well, he was saying the culture is going...
Computer, make Paul and Timothy kiss. The entire simulation collapses on itself. It's like that scene in Westworld when they start telling the robots to, like, divide by 0 to, like, tax the system. It's like, does not compute. Same person cannot kiss himself. Paul is Tim. Tim is Paul. Simulation shutting down. And then a big old black hole swallows the entire universe. But at the end, we were fucking right. We were right. Always.
The whole direction here, and I think it's a dangerous direction, and I will personally prevent it from going there. And he got heard by vile means, but he got heard.
Hate Ashbury. You know what else was happening in the 60s at this exact same time on this fucking literal street? Was the MK Ultra programming of Charles Manson. Charles Manson was a straight up Fed, dude.
Financial giants like David Rockefeller, but also politicians.
Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson. Charles Manson. Dude, computers were sick back then. Fuck these cops, dude. Does the Gap still even exist?
Die industrielle Gesellschaft und ihre Zukunft von FC.
Dude, Ted liked to talk. He was a talker. Holy fuck.
Folgen der industriellen Revolution sind
The
eine
Industrial
Katastrophe
Revolution would have been a disaster for the human race.
für die Menschheit.
We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. Continuing scientific and we will destroy the freedom of the individual. True. Soon there will be no place left where an individual can hide from mind control and surveillance by supercomputers. It would be hopeless to attack the system without employing modern technology ourselves. We must use all forms of media in order to spread our message. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to the technological system. The sooner this system collapses, the better it will be for mankind. Okay, tell me where's the first lie that Ted K has said? I haven't heard a single one. Dude, honestly, the only problem I have with Ted Kaczynski is that he's terrible at killing his targets. Just saying. Just like all of these guys, they're always so bad, dude. They don't do any target practice. They don't practice with their bombs at all. He killed 3 out of like 30 people, bro? Come on. Airline CEOs, you could have done way better on them. Boston, Massachusetts. Uh-oh.
Florence, Colorado, 28. Februar.
February 28th.
Sehr geehrter Herr Dambeck, vielen Dank für Ihren
Dear Mr. Danberg, thank you very much for your letter and your questions,
Brief und Ihre Fragen, die ich versuchen werde
which
zu
I shall
beantworten.
endeavor to answer.
Ich nutze diese
I use this
Gelegenheit,
opportunity to improve my knowledge of the German language.
Ich bin kein
I'm not a scientist. 30 years ago, I was a
30 Jahren war ich Mathematiker.
mathematician.
Aber ich habe den größten
But I have
Teil
now
von
forgotten
dem, was
most
ich
of what
über
I
die
knew about
Mathematik wusste,
mathematics.
vergessen.
Good. I believe that utopias are crazy and dangerous. Especially the utopia of a technological society. Yeah, ain't happening. Technology is a total, willful, and extremely dangerous force that will lead us where it must inevitably lead us. To our deaths. This will not be determined by chance, nor by the despotism of arrogance. Wait, hold on. This will not be determined by chance, nor by the despotism of arrogant bureaucrats, politicians, or scientists. Hantavirus, rat. The technological system need merely adapt human behavior to its own demands.
Logisches System muss einfach menschliches Verhalten seinen eigenen Erfordernissen anpassen.
This is necessary in order that it can function and continue to expand itself. Like, bro, think about it. They literally are, just turning our planet into a giant robot. At the end of the day, it's going to be a giant AI robot that is literally a demon that they pulled down out of the ether. No joke. They're going to turn this whole place into a giant robot. The entire Earth. If we let them. We gotta stop these motherfuckers, right, dude? What the hell is this? You asked me some things about the manifesto. All the published versions of the manifesto are incorrect. They contain serious errors. If you would like a correct version of the manifesto, I could send you one. You may continue writing to me in German.
U.S. Marines operating in Afghanistan launched their first ground offensive, killing 7 fighters and destroying 3 vehicles. It all happened overnight when a Taliban convoy ran a roadblock Marines set up in southern Afghanistan. No Marines injured in the attacks. And today, Cobra helicopters were launched from the base because of a report that another convoy had been spotted. Choppers, however, weren't able to find that route. And Israel ended a 2-day halt in bombing this morning when F-16s attacked.
Dude, all the fucking sirens and the noise and the blah, 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 blah. Doesn't it just drive you crazy a little bit?
Wie entsteht eine Utopie?
How does a utopia emerge? Does it come from being or chance? Or are there more inventors? Is there a plan? It is at MIT that an American and international science and engineering elite are educated. MIT also leads the way in the close partnership between the military and the university system. This collaboration begins in World War II and continues during World War II, or World War I to World War II, when technology becomes a deciding factor in warfare. Technologia! 1940, the German Luftwaffe begins the Battle of Britain. Technologia! Yeah, this is so cool what we use technology for, dude. Shortly after the start of the German bombings, mathematician and physicist Wiener, born in Chicago in 1886, offered his knowledge and expertise in the fight against fascismo. Wiener is professor of mathematics at MIT and had already dealt with questions of ballistics and artillery during World War I. How do you build a machine that can calculate in advance the movement of fighter planes so that you can shoot them down? He does look like a wiener, dude. Wiener must take into account the nature of technologia warfare, in which people, ships, planes are just abstract blips on the radar screen. The pilot becomes one with his plane. The boundary between man and machine becomes blurred, and what emerges is a mechanized, anonymous opponent whose actions can be modeled in war labs. Although Wiener's machines are not operational until after the end of the war, he develops from this starting point the model for a new science known as cybernetics. Cybernetics is concerned with how the transfer of information functions in machines and living beings. The basis of cybernetics is the assumption that the human nervous system does not reproduce reality but calculates it. Yeah. Man now appears to be no more than an information processing system. Thought is data processing, and the brain is a machine made out of flesh. We've been saying this, dude. Ted K is our dad. Ted Kaczynski is my father. He's my true father. The brain is no longer the place where ego and identity are mysteriously created through memory and consciousness. It is a machine consisting of switching and controlling circuits, feedback loops, communication nodes. Do you guys prefer me reading? I mean, it's also for people if they aren't watching it, but which is more annoying, me reading or you just reading? Or me reading it out loud or just reading? Tell me if it's annoying, but I feel like it's helpful for some people. A black box, where cause is effect and effect is cause within an infinite cycle. A closed feedback system with input and output that can be controlled and calculated. Exactly, dude. We are motherfucking computers. No longer, as previously, started out from the contemplation of nature, but from indisputable mathematics and logic. Wiener's vision of a future cybernetic society now provides the scientific legitimacy for the new political military status of the United States as a superpower. Cybernetics becomes the leading new science worldwide, and from that point on continues to develop under diverse labels. A theory becomes worldwide practice. And meanwhile, when it becomes worldwide practice, no one's really going, should we be doing this? They just go ahead with it. And then we find out later that it's fucked up. That it's hurting us. Guys, I think the phones and the computers and all the shit, it might be hurting us. I'm not sure though. Ich finde you're losing a biquium, Corey. I'd fuck your lesson behind? Is that a threat? I'm assuming. I find your lesson becoming, Corey. Kepler, Jenner. Why is Caitlyn Jenner on that? What's Caitlyn Jenner's contribution to science?
Defense Minister of the interim government in Afghanistan claims his sources have told him that Osama bin Laden is...
Isn't that crazy? Caitlyn Jenner used to be... Wait, what did they do? Were they a runner in the Olympics? They did some shit in the Olympics.
Definitely in
Florence, 6. März. Weil ich jetzt ein wenig mehr Zeit habe,
As I now
setze ich
have a
meine
little
Antwort
more
auf Ihren
time,
Brief
I'll
fort.
continue with my answer to your
Sie
letter.
fragen,
You ask, what
wie
will a
soll eine
post-technological
nachtechnologische Gesellschaft
society look like?
Nun, wenn alle
Well,
moderne
if all
Technologie
modern
abgeschafft
technology
ist,
were
wissen wir
abolished,
nur, dass es
we
keine
only know there'd be no more
Biotechnologie, keine
biotechnology,
Computer,
computers,
keine
atomic
Atombomben
bombs,
und so weiter mehr
etc.
gibt.
Sounds
Bleiben
awesome.
wir bei dem,
Let's
was
stick to the
praktisch
practical and the
und konkret
concrete.
ist. Gefiele es Ihnen,
Would you like it
wenn
if
die
people
Menschen
lived in
einer
a virtual
virtuellen
world?
Welt leben?
No.
Dass Maschinen klüger
If
sind als
machines were
Menschen,
smarter than people,
dass Menschen, Tiere
if
und
in the future
Pflanzen
people, animals, and
künftig
plants were
Produkte von
products of
Technologie
technology?
sind.
What, you mean like the way that we currently live? Dude, Ted Kaczynski's brain would have literally melted at what's going on right now.
Wenn Ihnen das nicht
If you
gefällt,
don't like these
ist für Sie
ideas,
die
then for
Computer-
you,
und
the computer and
Biowissenschaft
biological
offensichtlich
sciences
gefährlich.
clearly are dangerous.
Das ist sehr einfach.
This is very
Und
simple
steht nicht in
and bears no
Beziehung zur
relation
Moral,
to morality
zum Unvollständigkeitssatz
or
von
to
Gödel oder
Godot's
anderen abstrakten
incompleteness
philosophischen Fragen.
theorems or the abstract philosophical ideas.
Sie haben angeboten,
You
etwas zu
offered to
schicken, was
send a
mir Freude
gift
macht.
that would please me.
Dieses Angebot
I would
nehme ich
like to
gerne
take
an.
you up on that offer.
Mein deutsches
My
Wörterbuch
German
ist
dictionary is
klein,
small,
schlecht
not
und
very good and
zerlumpt.
falling apart.
Es würde mir Freude
I'd
machen,
really
ein
like to
gutes
receive a good
deutsch-englisches
German
Wörterbuch
English
zu erhalten.
dictionary,
Aber Sie
but
dürfen
you are
keines
not
mit
allowed to
hartem
send
Einband
one
schicken.
with a hardcover. They're flirting. They're flirting about dictionaries. Computer History Museum? Computer, make this building gay and horny.
With the Cold War, with World War II over, and now us turning our attentions to the Russians, we needed various ways to, one, literally protect our skies, and two, to give...
Need a booch. Give me a sec. BRB.
The people of the U.S. Sort of a feeling of security, and that's where Sage came in. Sage is the largest computer ever made, and this is only one portion, and all of this is another portion, and we have less than 10% of one Sage machine. First wide-scale use of modems was on this machine, and how it worked was you'd actually see a blip on the screen that was moving, and you would access that blip with a light gun by actually clicking on it. And if there was any information in air traffic control, it would show up in one area. But if not, the intercept technician would have to have it shot down. And you can see the large screen here. And first wide-scale use of modems, it was a decentralized network. So if a bomb was to take out one of them, it could still control the output and the inputs from another station. So it was very influential in the early days of the ARPANET, with a lot of the whole concept of, being able to keep the network running if you lose one of the nodes.
Wait, you literally touched the thing to the computer like Duck Hunt?
Indicate what was coming, and then you could scramble jets or even launch missiles from the ground. You also see that you have the ability to dial up other sectors and control their airspace also. And if you wanted to zoom in and just deal with a specific division, and then you could access that and actually would give you a full screen of that. Very, very advanced system. You can see you have standby, off power, or you can just keep the cooling to it at any time. You also had a cigarette lighter and ashtray, so if you were smoking, you could keep from going insane.
Dude, having built-in cigarette holders and ashtrays on computers is genius. All laptops should have computer or cigarette holders and ashtrays.
In response to the recent cases of anthrax in the U.S., all of the experts I spoke with said the worst thing...
Joseph Mengele spotted anthrax, you say? Who did that? Joseph Mengele did, bitch.
We can do right now is panic. We need to let public health officials and the FBI carry out this investigation. In the meantime, what the public can do is take some time to get enough of your love, as well as I'm a hard boy, baby. I can't get enough of your love. When I go to sleep at night, that's the only thing I'm dreaming of.
Zurück zu Ted Kaczynski. 1958 beginnt der 16-jährige.
In 1958, the 16-year-old with an IQ of 170, Ted K., my dad,
mit einem IQ von 170 das Mathematikstudium an der Harvard-Universität.
Of mathematics at Harvard.
1967
In 67, he
wird
becomes a professor of mathematics
an der Universität von
at
Berkeley.
the University of California at Berkeley.
Warum landet Ted im Lager
Why
der
does Ted end up
Technologiegegner?
among those opposed to technology rather than becoming a fervent computer hippie like Brandon Brockman?
Woher rührt seine spätere
Where does his
Angst
later
vor
fear of
Computern
computers and
und
psychological
psychologischen
control
Kontrolltechniken,
techniques,
wie sie in diesen Jahren
like
in
those
den
being
geheimen
developed at the
Laboren
time
der
in
US
secret
Army
US labs,
entwickelt werden?
actually derived from MK Ultra? I don't like them drugging all the kiddies. Not cool. I hate these fuckers. Weapons, yeah. ARPANET, yeah. Internet, CERN.
Wie werden aus einzelnen
How do
Computern
individual
weltweite
computers develop into
Computernetze?
worldwide computer networks?
Das ist die Aufgabe,
This is
an
the
der
task
Ende
that
der
former
60er
NASA
Jahre
engineer
der
Robert
ehemalige
Taylor is working on at the end of the
NASA-Ingenieur Robert
60s.
Taylor arbeitet. Taylor gehört zu
Taylor's
den
one of the
jungen
young
Ingenieuren
engineers
und
and
Wissenschaftlern,
scientists
die von Norbert Wieners
who are
Kybernetik
so
und den ersten
enthusiastic about
Computern
Wiener's
begeistert
cybernetics
sind.
and the first computers. The rocket specialist from NASA soon transfers to the Pentagon, where he becomes a scientific manager. I'm gonna fucking blow my brains out, dude. There he makes decisions on Defense Department funding for research, projects for university laboratory companies or individual scientists. Look at these guys. He decides who is going to get in on the action and who isn't. All these people are probably 22, dude. What was going on back then?
The
ARPANET, which was developed under his direction during the 70s, is the original form of today's internet and of all communication networks on today's fully electronic battlefield. Oh, dude's playing Civ. Civ 3, the best one. Oh, man, I miss Civ 3. Civ 4, never fucked with Civ 5.
Was founded in 1957, maybe 58, as a result of Sputnik. The Sputnik occurred in October of 57, and it greatly surprised the United States. They had no idea. In 58, very soon after Sputnik, Eisenhower, who was president then, asked the Department of Defense to set up a special agency called ARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, to look for research projects that...
No, I've never had my IQ tested. I don't think that I ever would. What even do you do? Is it like one standardized test?
Had a longer
I'm going to join Mensa.
Expectation associated with it. So in the hopes that we would not get surprised again, like the Russians surprised.
And I bet it's not high. I bet it's normal.
So the initial ARPA programs were all space related, not computer research by and large. Then in 1960, NASA was formed and by Kennedy. And the ARPA space programs were all transferred to NASA. That left ARPA by 61, 62, it left ARPA an opportunity to do some other things. And one of the things they decided to get into was computer research. For my office in ARPA and for some of the other offices in ARPA, the policy was go find people with really big ideas that you think might work, and if they do work, the payoff will be very large.
And then there were people, labs, offices, and companies.
Yes.
And how?
And I was supporting.
Can it work? Can you draw for me? How exists then a network?
Okay, so this group here has its own computer, and this group has its own computer, and this group, and so on. But these computers cannot talk, communicate with one another unless you put a little translator next to each one of these. So this computer's sending something over here, it goes through this translator. The translator translates this language, if you will, or these bits, into a common language that he can understand and he can understand, but he can't and he can't. And so the translation goes through here, it comes here. This guy then translates this stuff into something that this guy can then receive. And the same is true over here, and over here, and even over here, so that everything is sort of multiple connected. But some historians have looked at this and said, well, the reason that ARPA built the ARPANET was in the case of nuclear disaster. No, That's not the reason we built the ARPANET. We built the ARPANET to enable people in different places who had common interest to share those interests. The internet is simply an evolution of the ARPANET, both in philosophy and in technology.
Too much data.
All that took place from over the period 1971 to 1976 or so. And we had the first internet up and running in 75 or 6 when we put the Ethernet and the ARPANET together. So those were good years. There was a lot to do, and it was obvious what to do, and there was and all these different things had to fit together nicely. They had to work together. So that was a lot of fun.
What's the 2038 problem? That's something to do with fucking GPUs?
Robert, for you it was a lot of fun, but other people were afraid of these growing networks. For them it seemed like cancer or a machine which we perhaps couldn't control. What do you think about such critics like Ted Kaczynski?
He's crazy. We have people like that in our society.
But he was a mathematician. He studied in Harvard.
Yeah. Hitler was an artist. He studied in Vienna.
Did you read the manifesto?
You mean Mein Kampf?
No, the manifesto by the Unabomber.
No, I didn't read it. I didn't read Mein Kampf either.
Okay, just to be clear. Sure.
What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of, I'm afraid of the Al-Qaeda. I'm afraid of cancer.
Afraid of Al-Qaeda. Yeah, this is 2003, bro. Oh, man. Were we already in the Iraq war yet or no?
But I don't know enough. If we knew how to cure cancer, if we had more knowledge, in other words, about cancer, then we wouldn't be afraid of it.
How do you know cancer is an illness, Krankheit? An illness?
Yeah.
Is an illness of the modern society, is an illness of the civilization.
Yeah, but someday, I believe, we will understand how to cure cancer or prohibit cancer. I believe that will happen long before we have an electronic battlefield or a machine that we can't control. And when we know how to cure or prohibit cancer, we will no longer be afraid of it. It's a question of knowledge, of eliminating ignorance. Ignorance is a state of no knowledge. Ignorance. It's not stupidity. That's something else. Ignorance causes fear.
Yeah, true. Don't be scared of the fucking Taliban, bro. Grow up. Grow up. Rest in peace, my towers. They got hit by 2 bazookas. Yeah, think about it every time we hit the hookah. Kaboom. Kablow. Rest in peace. 9/11. My little sister. Yeah, think about it.
Was habe ich bisher? Ich habe einen ehemaligen...
Hold on. What do I have thus far? I have a former mathematician, but none of my interview partners wants to talk about the criticism of the system. And I have engineers and artists who are obsessed with technology. All of this is obviously part of a system whose outlines I am just beginning to grasp. To all appearances, it's an ingenious feedback system that turns every attack and disruption into an energy source with which to perfect itself. Who would need such a thing? Who would come up with something like this? Lizard people, dude. Alright, I'm glad we watched this doc. This doc does rule. I have a feeling too, I hope that the second half is going to really bring it home. But we're talking some big ball. Lutz Dombeck knows ball, dude. I love that phrase whenever someone does something awesome or whatever. People say, "Oh man, he knows ball." Not bail, ball. Between 1946 and 53, at the invitation of the Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation, leading scientists from various fields meet in New York Beekman Hotel. They include Norbert Wiener, Margaret Mead, and Kurt Lewin, John Van Neumann. The aim of these secret meetings, later known as the Macy Conferences, and sporadically attended by CIA representatives, is to develop a science that makes it possible to suck a dick through a garden hose, predict and control human behavior. This is a weapon that America desperately needs. Yeah, a weapon that America definitely needs to use on its own citizens. In the Cold War, on the new battlefield of the subconscious. See, dude, they just turned all of this shit against us. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that what it feels like? Doesn't it feel like you're in a psychological war? We're not in a physical war. It's a fucking psychic war. It's exhausting. The Macy Group therefore registers particular interest in the 50s study, The Authoritarian Personality. Released by the International Institute of Social Research, a new foundation of the Oh my god. Oh, why does it always have to be Frankfurt? The new institution of the Frankfurt Institute of Social Research, yeah. Would you like some schnitzel? Yeah, schnitzel. Centered around Max Horkheimer and Theodore something. Horkheimer. Adorno. This study, then the most comprehensive social profile of the society, the U.S. aimed to give a scientific explanation for religious and racial prejudice. Thousands of interviews led to a huge collection of data, which are analyzed by the most up-to-date computers with the aim of answering one particular question. How does authoritarian behavior as a mass phenomenon develop? Well, it always winds up with everyone in fucking trucks at the end of the day, boys. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Parker. I'm believing more and more that the most important thing is a regulated nervous system. I agree, dude. I think so. I truly, truly believe they're trying to just fry us all out. I think that's why, again, I've said this a million times, I think this is why yoga is so important to me. Because it does regulate my nervous system. Even on days where I'm like, can we fucking do anything? Probably not, you know? You know, every once in a while you gotta have those little days. But, you know, the nervous system be holding it down. Can't panic, can't freak out. They want us to. They want us to lose our frickin' marbles and go into a psychosis spiral. Yeah, fear is the mind killer. We frickin' got this, dude. But yeah, I agree. What's a good temp for dabs? What temperature is it right now, dude? What's a good, I'll tell you in 11 minutes. Whatever temperature it is in 11 minutes is a perfect time for a dab. I'm pre-dabbing. The authors see the explanation in man's authoritarian matrix, which offers the key to the psychology of fascism and totalitarian systems. The matrix is shaped through education and tradition, and is apparently dissolubly linked to the metaphysical.
Diese Matrix bildet sich durch Erziehung und Tradition und ist scheinbar unauflösbar verbunden.
Linked to the metaphysical notion of supernatural created nature. Bro, the iBooks were fire. Straight fire. Yeah, a little dab will do ya. Any temperature. How could a tendency towards fascism and racism, especially against Jews, be tracked and explained? Very carefully. To this end, sociologists create, among other things, a scale to measure fascist potential and so-called F-scale. In addition, previously concealed personality tendencies are to be tracked using the latest psychological processes. For example, tests conceived by the American Psychology Thing, one of the fathers of today's assessment centers. In order to permanently obstruct fascism and anti-Semitism, it was necessary to alter the news of man and his underlying cultural pattern, so that the authoritarian matrix would be eradicated forever. Dude, this is just what they say. They're like, oh, what we're actually doing. Is this person's eyes sewed shut? What the fuck is going on? They say, oh, we're looking into how people hold these fascist ideals so we can eradicate them, but really they mean so we can make them we can triple down on them. We're gonna double, triple, quadruple down on that shit. I'm sick of anyone from Frankfurt. Dude, name one person that I fuck with from Frankfurt. Waiting. Name one person that I fuck with from Frankfurt, Germany. How many people are in that godforsaken city? Not even 1 million people, dude. And all these bitches be coming out of there. $500,000 in World War II, and dude, literally everything you've ever heard of has come from Frankfurt, Germany. Why? Yeah, Andreas Strassmeyer. Your dad, Paul. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Peter Thiel. Literally everyone. All of our best friends are from Frankfurt, Germany. What is this shit? No! Abso-fucking-lutely not, bro. What is this? They're doing brain surgery? I'm gonna get in trouble for this shit. This is some blicky ass shit, dude. Even though it's on YouTube, I'm gonna get in trouble. What? What is this? Under Frankfurter. First, according to Gestalt psychology Kurt Lewin, a member of the Macy Group, the old values and balances must be destroyed. Bro, that's literally what they're doing. They're destroying everything to this day still. In order to make conditions fluid. That's what they're doing for America. That's why they're destroying America, to make everything fluid. Yo, were those boobles? Holy shit, this documentary goes crazy on YouTube, bro. Then it is possible to establish new balances and values. These then must be permanently fixed by means of self-regulation. Re-education will then develop into self-re-education. This would transform the world into a post-national, multi-ethnic, global society with no fixed borders. That's fine. The Macy Group believes it can offer the tools and blueprints for this new world order. Uh-oh. New and faster computers, system, theory, and model cybernetic, with which it appears something, to control and direct all scientific, cultural, and political spheres. Damn, they be talking too fast, bro. Chill. This also premises the programming of people. Anti-authoritarian people made to measure. Yeah, exactly. Anti-authoritarian questioning people is who they really are targeting. They want the authoritarian cucks.
Florence, 15. März.
In your last letter, you asked me so many questions that I cannot possibly answer them all at once. Bro, this dude is flirting. When I wrote that the concept of a utopia is crazy and dangerous, I didn't mean that all utopias are crazy and dangerous, but rather the utopia which makes possible the creation of a society according to a specific ideal design. You yourself, I am sure, will have your own idea of utopia. Someone else will have a different idea, which may diverge considerably from yours. How would you like it if he forced this utopia on you? Do you have the right to force your utopia on him? I would like to write more to you in answer to the... Oh my god, but I have some serious problems have cropped up, which are causing me a great deal of worry. So I will close this letter here. I'll write more to you later. Oh my god, what is this runaround? This is just like, again, this is like when grandmas run their cars into the house, you know? Yo, slow down, red car. What the hell is this? Where the fuck are we? Dude, I need an English interview stat. At places like this in Esalen, a conference and esotericism center in the coast of California, artists meet with members of the Macy conferences during the 70s. They are interested in a new spirituality brought about with the help of cybernetics and drugs. Bro, this is Peter Thiel, and in the popularization of the Macy's vision, besides Brandon Brockman, the participants include gurus of the avant-garde, such as John Cage and Buckminster Fuller. As a result, the concept of cybernetics and system theory reach the international networks of the bohemian world, and so acquire a different non-military aura. Yeah, music. The Beatles. Happiness is a warm gun. At one of the meetings in Esalen, Hans von Forster, the physicist and philosopher, also takes part.
Philosoph Heinz von Förster teil.
Born in Vienna in 1911, Forster, already as a student, comes into contact with the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein and the scientists of the Vienna Circle, the early prophets of cybernetics and system theory. Wiener! One minute for 9/11. Yeah, why can't we just create a gaggle of utopias and let people choose? Exactly. Every city should be its own little utopia. Every township, whatever the fuck you want to do.
Heinz von Förster in den USA Sekretär der Macy-Konferenzen und hat damit Zugang
Access to the inner circles of America's scientific elite. Forster had access to them, I guess. Clones. Dude, cars back in the day were sick. Cars are so lame now. Whoa. What the fuck is going on? Why is my alarm off? I didn't get an alarm. Yo! Wait. It's 9/11, boys. What did Paul do? Oh my god, it was turned off. I must have accidentally done that yesterday. Happy 9/11, boys. Did I have something to listen to? No, I don't. Do some old school El Nabi. Happy 9/11, bitch.
Ain't about to have what I am on ancient, bringing it back.
You doing a scorpion shit? Oh, look at that. It died.
Bringing it back. Ain't trying to poison the water and food. Be living on earth and under attack. Yeah. Ain't about to have what I am on ancient, bringing it back. Ain't about to have what I am on ancient.
Happy 9/11.
Ain't about to have what I am on ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food. We living on earth and under attack. Yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack. Yeah, ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack. Yeah, ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack. Waking the babies, they trying to poison the youth and earth. You ready to fight? You niggas fucked up the hood, leaving the youth by themselves and they making it right. Went through the dark, young nigga, thought I was losing myself, but I carried the light. Went through the dark, young nigga, thought I was doing it wrong, I was doing it right. You wanna say all this shit that I got in my head, strategic, keeping it low. Be like,
sorry, Winky was. I have all of my plants up on all my little sproutlings up on the place that Winky usually likes to chill. Over there. So she was just tightrope walking in front of them and tried to turn around and she couldn't and she had to launch off. Anyway, sorry.
Water, young nigga. Ain't got a form in this bitch, I'm just watching it flow. I'm being in the garden. You niggas planted the seed in the dirt, but they watching it grow. They try to kill all them niggas who bringing the truth to the people I already know. Ain't about to rush, ain't about to give out the plan to these niggas, I'm doing it slow. They try to tell you they love you, they ain't believing me, bitch, now they seeing me blow. They wanna cover the sun, these niggas cloudy as shit, now they seeing me glow. Ain't about to say what I did, these niggas play with my heart, I got 3 in a row, bitch. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food, we living on earth and under attack, yeah. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to
Frankfurt School is where Marxism came from, but I know you know. Dude, we've been saying Marx is a fucking Fed from day one. Who would write... Dude, I've showed you guys this dumbass book before, right? Look at this shit. Bro, I don't need this to tell me that that capitalism sucks. Look at how small these fucking words are. This thing is literally 1,300 pages. This is not for normal people. This is not for working class people. What the fuck? Shit sucks, bro. Dude's a Fed.
Water and food, we living on earth and under attack. Gave me the mission, really a warrior, nigga. They knowing I'm getting it done. Pray to the earth, feeling the energy run through my body. I feel like the sun. Niggas be playing. I got some shit really worse than the bullet. He died with his gun. I know some niggas who stuck in the dark and avoiding the light and be killing for fun. I put my morals and knowledge and wisdom inside of my wife so it live through my sons. These niggas pussy as hell. Ain't got the hands for this shit, so they come with these guns. I'ma get copper and gold. Land your nigga that's worth. Be smart with the funds. Ain't about to play with a nigga. Will put hands on niggas like give me my ones, bitch. Ain't about to hide what I am, I'm ancient, bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food.
Yeah, they pussy with their hands, so they come with their guns. Can't take an ass beating.
Bringing it back. They try to poison the water and food. We living on earth and under attack.
Yeah, dude. Rock Nation and OVO would never hire El Nabi. They'd have to throw him off a roof, bro. All right, who's this? Roy Shivers. I love this guy's name. Naming names. Bye, Buddha.
It was Bobby Ray Emmett, it was Frank Carlucci, it was William H. Swanson and Doug.com. It was Stephen Cambone, it was Douglas Fife, it was David Rockefeller drinking blow with a spike. It was Jacob Rothschild and his banker Warren Buffett. It was Dr. Henry Kissinger that followed Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, Prince Charles, Colonel Paul Valley, Ralph Eberhart, Richard Miles, Connie Rice, Stephen Hadley. It was Richard Clark's war to make your picture dark. It was George Tenet lying to the whole Senate. DIA Vice Admiral Lowell Jacoby. It was Robert Mueller's hijacking names that were phony. NRO Chief Keith Hall made a free fall. Drill go lob, then bounce like beach balls. Peter Schumacher stood down with Ralph
Puffing on this John F. Kennedy, bro.
On a telepod. It's not 11 Roy Shivers here naming names. George Bush, Dick Cheney, our rated pain. Don Rumsfeld propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same. It's not 11 Roy Shivers here naming names. George Bush, Dick Cheney, our rated pain. Don Rumsfeld propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same. 9/11 used to get the power. My hop, NIH, tripod, FEMA, and Jerome Howard. Tom Igglesby, it was Philip O'Dean. It was Colonel Robert Marr and Michael Adine. Tommy Thompson with anthrax splicing a gene. Stephen Hadfield rocking like a rifle machine. Dale Watson was blocking real FBI investigations. You shout for the new war for the United Nations. He's sick like Peter Paces. Tom Picard running Bristol Myers Squibb with collaborating army bases. CFR Paul Wolfowitz, Newt Gingrich. Wanna suck the world blood dry to the skin rips. World Bank Bilderberg shine like wingtips.
Dude, they do want to suck the world dry till the skin rips.
Officer of special plans ran a rock spin clips. This Roy Shivers kid, I'm sharp like pinpricks. Dark Prince, Richard Pro bounce like Jim Tits. It's not 11 Roy Shivers here naming names. George Bush, Dick Cheney, our rated pain. Don Rumsfeld propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same. It's not 11 Roy Shivers here naming names. George Bush, Dick Cheney, our rated pain. Don Rumsfeld propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same. Carlyle Group is running cyber security. Conquest Incorporated spying on the Watergators. Portuguese fornicators, phony Al-Qaeders. Telecordia, the snooping like they Tony Almeida.
Oh, this is from 10 years ago? Let's go.
Steve Rosenthal and Dick Cheney go way back. CIA make Control Demolition Corporation out of Trade Towers lay flat. Now
Yeah.
it's time for payback. Dr. Joe Furman, Ken Timmerman, and Ruth David working on a bigger plan. Bush like Peter Pan. Charles G. Boyd using Ahmed Shalaby to spy in Iran. It was L3 Communications. Frank Lantern, Robert Villavetta got a weapon that'll rule the nation. They're building planes with United Technologies. Humana running health net, smallpox policies. ITT is running Tri-West Healthcare. Honeywell BAE Systems want to melt air. Fight never felt fair because the System Planning Corporation engineered a global hawk nightmare. Richard Mellon Skate, Bill Lutie, Harold Rowe, Michael Rubin, Chris Williams were flying in a drone. Jay Davis, Motorola, CACI, Dwayne Claridge, Dave Frasca, the FBI. It's the Meter Corporation with Viridian that's making 10 billion with blood bubble red like Killian's. Really kind of silly when Amalgam Virgo Vigilant Guardian was a war game, Pentagon Dominion. So Jacob Rothschild gets a new world order. Hans Kloverbach and David Rockefeller drop mortars. They're breaking down American borders. Queen of England flips hair on, you breaking into eighths and quarters. It's 9/11, Roy Shivers here naming names. George Bush, Dick Cheney, our rated pain. Don Rumsfeld, propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same. It's not
Yeah, nothing, bro.
George
Everything
Bush, Dick
sucks
Cheney,
compared to
our
after
rated pain.
9/11,
Don
before
Rumsfeld,
9/11.
propaganda playing games. The World Trade hit, nothing ever stayed the same.
Let's fucking go. What up, Raw Lentless? How you doing? I'm good. We doing good. Yeah, we all just been huffing chemtrails heavy the last couple streams. All right, let's get back into our doc. What a beautiful 9/11 once again.
Förster zählt zu den Pionieren der Theorie des
Forster is one of the pioneers of the
Konstruktivismus,
theory of
nach der wir Menschen
constructivism,
unsere Wirklichkeit
according to which we human beings construct our own reality.
selbst.
See, guys, look at what they spend all their time on, right? They're fucking 50 years ahead of us on this shit. This is all they think about, is constructing our fake reality around us all the time. Right? So what does this all mean with the hantavirus? I don't know.
konstruieren. Eine unabhängig
No
vom
objective
Beobachter
reality exists
existierende
independent of the
objektive
observer.
Wirklichkeit gibt es nicht. In den 60er Jahren
During the 60s,
leitet
Heinz von
Forster
Forster,
ein eigenes
head of his own research
Forschungslabor.
laboratory,
Das
the Biological Computer Lab at the University of Illinois,
Im Auftrag der
here commissioned by
Forschungsabteilungen der
research departments in
amerikanischen
the U.S. Navy
Marine
and
und
Air Force,
Luftwaffe
that not great.
arbeitet hier unter
He works on,
anderem
among
der
other
weiteren
projects, the merging
Verschmelzung
of digital
von digitalen und biologischen
and
Systemen.
biological systems.
Einen eigenen Computer
Heinz von
hat
Forster
Heinz
has
von
never
Forster
opened
nie
a computer
besessen,
on his own, owned
weil
a computer on his own,
offenbar
because he
glaubt, selber
apparently
einer zu
believes
sein.
himself to be a more sophisticated machine. We are computers, bro.
Did you guys need lights?
Bro, calm down. I came across the Vienna Circle by chance. No, is this guy gonna be in German? Fuck me. And the lectures that were held there had a deep impression on me.
Das letzte Mal gewesen.
Oh, yes, that was the last one. By chance, I encountered a Viennese philosopher. I've got the same blue shirt here. It was the same old Heinz. When I read the Tracticus Logical Philosophius for, dude, can you fucking give me a fucking break? What the fuck is this shit? I gotta talk over these fucking Germans, and then they give me this Tractatus Logico Philosophicus? Fuck you, dude. I was really thrilled. Immediately, I could recite the whole Tractatus by heart. But I never found anyone with whom I could discuss it. Only when some philosophical statement or other was made in the family at home. I said, no, that can't be right. Ludwig Wittgenstein says, Proposition 4.52, this or that, and this is the case. And my poor parents and relatives said, what shall we do with the poor boy? He's autism. His parents said, I ate too much aspirin while he was in my womb. He's completely brainwashed by Wittgenstein. Can we find someone who will help him escape from this trap? Be quite the contrary happened. I fell deeper and deeper into the trap. I fell deeper and deeper. What I see and what I believe lies beneath your questioning. Who's this old guy? What happened to the other old guy? Is that science or scientia in Latin? Has been amazingly successful in the 2,000 years since Aristotle. And what does scientia derive from? The Indo-European word. For scientia is the word psi. And it's found in science and scientia, schizophrenia, schism, the word meaning to separate. And so systemics is a parallel development. Only it's the exact opposite of science, or it's when you think about it today, all this is theory and systems research, which crops up in both art and science. I wouldn't call it science anymore, I would call it systemics. Today, science has moved on to an approach that sees things together, systemics. So I would see the steps taken today as being from science to systemics. Whatever, dude. In the course of my life, the more I concerned myself with physics, I realized that actually I was a metaphysicist. And then I increasingly played with that idea. If you ask me, my dear Heinz von Forster, what is a metaphysicist? I would say the following. There are questions among those we ask about the world that it is possible to answer. How old are you? Well, you can look up in a catalog, born in 1911, that means he is 90. Or you can ask questions which cannot be answered, like, for example, tell me, what was the origin of the universe? And it can give you one of 35 different theories. Ask an astronomer, and he says, there was this Big Bang 20 million years ago. Ask a Catholic, everyone knows that. God created the world, and after 7 days he was weary and took a break, and that was Sunday. And there are different very interesting hypotheses about the origins of the universe. That is, there are so many different hypotheses because the question cannot be answered. So all that is relevant is how interesting is the story that someone invents to explain the origins of the universe. Of course, we are very close to art there. If it's a matter of inventing a good story, a poetic story. Exactly, that's what it is. There is a struggle between 2 or 3 or even 10 different poets. Dude, I know, German men are horrifying. They could be talking about unicorns and rainbows and it would still be horrifying. Who can invent a funny, amusing, or interesting story? So that everyone immediately thinks that's what must have happened. But science and your own research, those are not just inventions or good stories. Surely they're based on mathematics, on numbers, on provability, on indisputable scientific data. Well, yes, but those days, there are already so much data. It's no longer possible to include all the different data in your story, and then artificial data is invented. For example, particles. Then particles are invented that do whatever it is we don't understand. In my opinion, particles are always the solution to problems that we can't solve any other way. That is, they are inventions that help explain certain problems. Those are particles. I think I have to ask a dumb question. I understand, yes. Right, let me explain it a bit better. Let's say there's a hole in my theory, one I can't gloss over. So what I do is I say, look, there is... Stop. I say, look here, there's new particles that are either green, yellow, or I don't know what. They replace the hole in my theory. So I maintain that each particle we read about in today's physics is the answer to a question that we can't answer. Oh, you're saying it's all bullshit. That's terrible. How can we let a worldwide network system of machines grow more or less into infinity? Yeah. If it's based on theories that apparently have holes, or are only good stories, I mean on such shaky foundations, isn't that dangerous? Yeah. Well, in this worldwide functioning system of machines, all theories are correct. And of course, that's what people want, and why they are correct. And why are they correct? Because they can all be deduced from other theories and stories. What will it lead to? How does it go on? It goes on deducing indefinitely. Oh my god. Hold on, crapped out. But there have to be limits somewhere. No, not at all. That's the good thing about it. You can go on forever. You can't do anything in a finite world forever. What are we talking about? In logic, yes, precisely. But in reality?
Yes, genau. Aber in der Realität? Wo ist die Realität?
Where is reality? Can you show it to me? Whatever, old man. I'm gonna break your fucking hip. Winks. He's gonna tear the fucking Wizard of Oz curtain down again. Win.
In
1971, professor of mathematics Ted K resigns from his... Dude, Squeaks, quit. He's going crazy, dude. Resigns from his position at the University of California at Berkeley. Builds himself a cabin in the wilderness of Montana. And jorks his penar. Has he taken the vague offer to Stuart Brand's catalog too seriously? Of a simple life in harmony with nature? Is he seeking in a strict self-experiment through experience and a reality that, within the infinite sphere of mathematics and logic, has dissolved into abstract mathematical structures and formulas? When does this experiment reach its limits and demand to be stepped up? When does it click? When does his flight from mathematics and light become a flight into paranoia, as the media later assumed? Ted K wasn't wrong. Into paranoia, into that of his fellow mathematician Kurt Gödel, who was his incompleteness theorem, posed one of the questions that cannot be answered. It also reached a limit beyond which there was only paranoia or truth. The paranoid is logical. Dude, websites like this were the best, bro. On the internet, I find references of secret drug tests carried out by the CIA. At Harvard University during the early 1960s. One of the test participants is mathematics student Ted Kaczynski. The director of the experiments is Henry A. Murray, co-founder of the Department for Social Relations at Harvard. Yuck. Please English me. Please. Come on. Come on, bro.
Florence, 26. März.
Not yet. Your idea that the foundations of science and mathematics have been shaken by Gödel's theorem is incorrect. All that Gödel's theorem says is that certain problems in mathematics will never be solved. When I was young and naive, I was afraid that technology would create a completely ordered, regulated, and totally perfect world. Today I think that such an outcome is unlikely. But the reason for my change of mind was certainly not Gödel's theorem, rather the incalculability of the behavior of complex and open systems. Yeah, so what I'm getting from this is that Harvard and Frankfurt are the same place. Exactly. Scientists and superhuman machines know and understand everything.
Wissenschaftler und übermenschlich intelligente Maschinen alles wissen, verstehen und deshalb alles ordnen und regeln
can order and regulate everything. Dude, tell me this isn't exactly Palantir, right? If you don't like the sound of that, go fuck yourself. Why do you complain that science doesn't know everything? And that there are holes in theory. Instead, you should be worrying that science knows too much. I must stop here. Thank you very much for the dictionary. In 58, Ted K, together with 20 other Harvard students, is selected as a test subject for studies on the personality structure of highly gifted male college students. All students are given a code name. Ted is lawful. The experiments are directed by psychologist Henry A. Murray, highly decorated major in the U.S. Army during World War II. Why is it always Army guys doing this shit, guys? It's kind of weird. Murray developed a system of tests to study the leadership qualities of officers for the Department of Psychological Warfare, the Office of the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. Alan Dulles shit. The tests take place in the secret station S, a villa near Washington, D.C., and are intended to show how elite groups behave under psychological pressure.
Aber Murray sieht größere
But Murray
Aufgaben für die
envisaged
Psychologie.
a more important task of everything, like the authors of the study on the authoritarian personality, who employ his testing methods. Murray sees psychological and the new social sciences as destined to make a contribution to a world they can live in peace and harmony. In a new world order with world laws, a world police force, and world government. No, thank you. The United States, according to Murray, is the abstraction of one world which we are on the verge of creating. The lot has fallen to the U.S. to take over the direction of carrying out the last and difficult experiment. A global campaign of good against evil, inverted, so evil against good. By completely dedicating ourselves to the idea of a one world government, we will stir the hearts of all people on earth with the hope of a security that can counter any form of totalitarianism. The national citizen is obsolete and must be transformed into a world citizen. No!
Experiments are conducted with mice. Mice exposed to a toxic compound are compared with others that were not exposed.
To effect this transformation, scientists commissioned by the CIA also employ LSD-25, a new synthetic drug that has been developed by Sandoz, a Swiss company. How can a drug be used to break through a person's subconscious in order to program it in a new way?
Resulted in a perfect record of recovery. As soon as the compound appears to have potential as a chemical agent, process studies begin. By means of such studies, the best methods for manufacturing the compound in quantity are determined.
Henry A. Murray selbst ist davon besessen, in seinem Institut in Harvard ein
He was obsessed with the idea of developing a superego that will immunize the proposed world citizen against all forms of totalitarianism. And again, when they're saying totalitarianism, they're meaning communism, which just means us not doing capitalism. He develops a system of tests that are designed to expose students to extreme psychological stress. A little English.
Listens to the psychologist speak, answers in turn. Talks slowly, moves his legs slowly.
Das Ziel ist die totale Ausforschung von Persönlichkeit und Verhalten, dann
The goal of the test is a complete investigation into the personality so that desirable character patterns may then be created and controlled.
wünschenswerte Strukturen des Charakters erzeugen und steuern zu können. Zur gleichen Zeit taucht auf dem Campus der Harvard-Universität LSD auf, das in Form von Würfelzucker verteilt wird. Der junge Psychologieprofessor Timothy Leary hat in Harvard mit Zustimmung von Henry A. Murray ein LSD-Forschungsprojekt etabliert, das von der
LSD
CIA
research project at Harvard co-created by the CIA. And you know who was hanging out with them around this same time? Ram Dass, that one guru guy.
Gemeinsam mit Leary nimmt
Together with
Murray an
Leary,
Drogentrips
Murray
teil.
participates in drug trips himself.
Setzt er,
As
wie
he
im
con-
Internet behauptet,
is
seine
he continuing? What the fuck?
Gemeinsam mit Leary nimmt Murray an Drogentrips teil. Setzt
Is
er,
he
wie im Internet
continuing,
behauptet,
as reported on the internet?
seine früheren
His
Versuche für
earlier
den
OSS
nun
experiments,
für die
though
CIA
now for
fort,
the CIA, yes, he was continuing those for Alan Dulles.
die
These
zwischen
experiments carried out between
1953
53
und
and 64
1964 unter Codenamen
under
wie
codename MK Ultra or Artichoke
oder Artischocke spezielle psychologische Kontroll
reputedly developed special psychological control techniques.
Techniken entwickeln lässt. Und daran Wissenschaftler
And
aller
involved scientists
amerikanischen
from most of America's
Elite-Universitäten
elite universities. Yup. It's almost like all of the approved scientists are fucking cucks.
Welchem Ziel dient Murrays
To what end
geplanter
does Murray
Einsatz
plan
des
to use the sacred Mexican mushroom,
ein in Mexiko
an
beheimateter
hallucinogenic
Drogenpilz
mushroom native
und das
to
Vorbild
Mexico and the
für die
model for
synthetische
synthetic
Droge
LSD? Bro, this is literally what Ram Dass was going to go. He went to Mexico to get these mushrooms too. They're all of the fucking like counterculture guys. They all literally work for the CIA, bro. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Duncan Trussell and Pete Holmes are obsessed with Ram Dass. Makes sense. I just read his book, Be Here Now. And the book is fine. I think like everything, it's just like what do we call them? Shit coders. I think the CIA's main dudes are just shit coders. Yeah, I wish that I learned my enemy's language, German, so that and we all should, so that I didn't have to read this out loud. Oh my goodness. I'm glad we watched this though. This is great. Wait, was the Boston Marathon bombing also on April 19th? Damn, bro. All of Murray's experiments are filmed. These films, like all the test results on Ted Kaczynski, have disappeared. Uh-oh. How could this happen? Ha! That was a great edit. I like that. Yeah, Ram Dass has definitely got some solid advice. I mean, most of the stuff that he talks about with, like, the Be Here Now shit, the, like, the yogic lifestyle is right. But it's also, like, you know, you read his book and it's like, he's like a rich Nepo kid, you know? He's, like, gallivanting across the world, giving people cars and shit, like he had money. And he's like, yeah, guys, just be here now. Be here right now, dude. Stop worrying about the past. There is no past. There is no future. Yeah, well, you know what? Some people gotta pay fucking bills. You know? The world isn't allowing everyone to, like, just truly be here now, right now. But it's a nice sentiment for sure. But no, the like third part of the book, the cookbook for like a yoga lifestyle or whatever the fuck he calls it, it's pretty decent so far. But yeah. And, you know, them being feds and shit doesn't even necessarily mean that they're even, like, doing diabolical, devious shit knowingly. Some of them, too, I think, are just, like, people that they do these, like, aptitude tests on, and they're like, oh, they're people who only go to this level. They only go so deep into something, and then they'll never break that barrier where we'll get mad at them, you know? Like, that's why all the guru spirituality people that are allowed to, like, get big are all like, use your power to manifest money. Like, you know what I mean? It's never about, like, what the spirituality and what manifesting and all this kind of shit is really should be used for, which is, like, us creating a better reality, not fucking getting ourselves money. That doesn't do shit for the system. Ram Dass is definitely one of them. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's literally got to be pretty much every single person who's popular. Like, you can only be so big before you got to be part of it. And he was one of the big dudes. Twitch is cucked? What do you mean? Oh yeah, no one's over there anymore. Did it just stop going? Bitrate says it's okay, but it's not playing on. I don't know what's going on the Twitch side.
Tonight,
it keeps saying content error. Oh God, did I get in trouble? My bitrate's good. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Sorry, one sec, guys. Oh, and look at that. My fucking screen ain't working now. It's all falling apart, boys. YouTube side's working, though? Twitch lets you say anything. It's probably a server issue. Yeah, I bet it is.
When mental...
Yeah, will you see if, like, anyone else's... Oh, it's back up? Okay, cool.
This meets the law. It was a crazy beginning for the Unabomber trial, and crazy seems to be the right word.
Prosecutors believe he is linked to as many as 16 bombings that killed 3 people and maimed 23 others in states across
we so
the
bad,
nation.
boys.
Former hermit has refused all court-ordered mental tests. His attorneys say he's afraid.
Sorry, I keep, like, randomly chewing on my nails. Sorry, y'all gotta see that.
Psychiatrist gets upset at the mere mention of their profession.
Paranoid delusional thinking dictates Mr. Kaczynski's life. He went on to say Kaczynski has concern over government agents, satellites, electrodes, and mind control.
It's not surprising to me.
Oh my goodness. Dude, I'm like a fucking hawk tonight, though. I've caught all of these the second they happen. Paul's training me. Paul's making me an elite fucking assassin, bro. A stream assassin.
A person believes their delusions are reality. And in terms of Ted Kaczynski's self-appointed vengeance mission, if he is to be considered insane, then everything he's done will have no political effect, and it will have no meaning to society.
Lawyers and psychiatrists agree Ted Kaczynski clearly is not like the rest of us.
Joining us on this Friday evening, now it's either a bomb factory or the home of the schizophrenic, depending on whom you ask.
That's what attorneys on both sides of the Unabomber trial are saying about Ted Kaczynski.
Did Twitch have another issue? It just unloaded again on me.
Kaczynski's cabin, which arrived on the back of a big rig truck just before noon today. Houston's Gloria Morales.
Meanwhile, a key piece of evidence is on its way to Sacramento. Kaczynski's cabin leaving Great Falls, Montana this morning, being brought here as a piece of evidence for the defense.
It's expected to take 3 days for the driver to complete the 11.
Bro, them taking his cabin and putting it in a warehouse, isn't it somewhere? Isn't it at like a museum or some shit now? First off, again, that's all the evidence I need to know that it's total fucking horseshit. Whatever, you know, most parts of it, I'm sure. But yeah, they collected his fucking little cabin and they brought it to a warehouse and then they investigated it. They sat in it and they went, I gotta put myself in the mind of Ted K. I'm gonna figure this little doodad out.
100-mile trip to Sacramento. The cabin, which will be stored at Mather Field, is important to the defense strategy, portraying Kaczynski as mentally disturbed.
The cabin measures just 10 by 12 feet. There's no electricity, no running water. Inside, FBI investigators found volumes of evidence connecting the former professor to nearly all the Unabomb crimes.
Ted Kaczynski have more than one cabin. His own lawyers maintain the government was supposed to find other secret shacks that Kaczynski had built, apparently to escape civilization.
Oh, Salt Lake City, bro.
Florence, 1. April.
April 1st, in your last letter, you asked me about the mathematician's imagination. Bro, if when they finally interview this guy, if he sits down and starts speaking shit German and I gotta read his shit German after all these shit German letters, I'm gonna be pissed. This dude flirting around.
Dass sich die Mathematiker immer etwas Mathematisches vorstellen, aber das ist nicht wahr. Die erfahrenen
Experienced mathematicians seldom think of mathematics. Usually they imagine flowers, sunshine, the birds singing in spring. Perhaps now and then they think about women, but they don't do that very often, for they are pure at heart. How is it, you will ask, that mathematicians don't think of mathematics constantly? I must tell you that mathematicians are not scientists, they are artists. Do you remember that I wrote you at the beginning that I was not a scientist? Apart from the most elementary mathematics like arithmetic or high school algebra, the symbols, formulas, and words of mathematics have no meaning at all. The entire structure of pure mathematics is a monstrous swindle. Simply a game, a reckless prank. Okay, I like this. He's spitting. You may well ask, are there no renegades to reveal the truth? Yes, of course, but the facts are so incredible that no one takes them seriously, so the secret is in no danger. What, that everything's fake? I believe that. Lincoln, Montana.
1971 wird Ted Kaczynski.
In 71, Ted Kaczynski becomes a resident of Lincoln, Montana.
Seine Nachbarn sind der Sägewerksbesitzer Butch Gearing und der Klavierlehrer von
And
Lincoln,
Lincoln's
Chris
piano
Waits.
teacher, Chris Waits.
Butch and sein Freund Chris
Butch and his friend Chris help FBI agents, boo, during the surveillance and arrest of their neighbor Ted. Boo! On orders of the FBI, Chris searches for and builds a second cabin belonging to Ted, allegedly the secret workshop where he makes bombs. This is important evidence for the FBI's theory.
Ted Kaczynski
Ted is the Unabomber.
Ted's home cabin, there became more and more people moving in. There was noise. He didn't have the privacy he had when he first moved here. I told you before, when Ted moved here in 1971, there was only 4 people living up here year-round, and so Ted had things pretty private. Well, at the time of his arrest, Butch has had all kinds of neighbors move in, and Ted liked to be by himself where he could work without being surprised, having somebody knock on his door or just show up or somebody come by. So he built this little cabin where he could go out into the woods and live off the land and be completely content and not have to worry about being surprised by anybody. You'll see here in a kind of a scrap pile right here, and right underneath of this tin, there was quite a few short lengths of pipe that had been drilled, the beginnings of explosive device, bombs.
Bro, for being a mountain man, this dude's a fucking narc bitch. Just saying. Sorry, not sorry. Little fucking narc, dude. Narking on Ted. Bitch ass loser.
How's that?
Who is the photographer from this? Me, but I've got some FBI photos too. This is the cabin before anything happened.
When I talked to the FBI agents, just about every time Max Snow and I were in constant contact prior to the arrest, I worked with him for about 30 days, doing photography missions, taking video, catching Ted out.
Couldn't be me, bro. Couldn't fucking be me. And you can sleep your head on your little pillow at night. I hope your pillow's warm for infinity. I hope your pillow's never cold, bro.
Behind the house, but never on the camera, all just sounds.
This was Ted's map. And this Ted's map? Yes, this is his writing right down here. What it says is routes followed on foot from late autumn 71. All these black lines, handwritten lines, are Ted's trails. Now, Butch,
written in by Ted?
Yes, written in by Ted. It's an enigma. That's the best word I can come up with, because everything that he did experiments on and he wrote down very systematically. And not just bomb experiments, but other things. Very scientifically would write down how much of this or that he used, how successful it was. And in the areas of his bombs, he was very meticulous when he would come up with a new mixture or a new type of detonating cap. You know, he would write down ranges and how effective they were and all of those kinds of things.
It's still too much. She's tying it up and putting it in her car. And now here's Letitia's version of spring products. Instead, neighbor towel.
30-06.
And later on, after the FBI...
Bro, he fucking took out Charlie Kirk, too.
Finally started to cooperate with me, then they gave me some copies of some of his writings about some of his camps. And he uses words like, my most favorite place, my most sacred place.
We just looked at these a minute ago.
Yeah, I brought those along.
You have some of them right here.
I've got the coded. I've got a bunch of
coded, and he can read to you as Ted writes it. It's all down right here, and it's amazing.
Groups that are waiting here in Lincoln, they're sitting here.
The FBI was scattered all around the surrounding area hiding.
Yeah, they have.
Posing as geologists, posing as truck drivers, posing as this or that. Very low cover. Little did we know, out at the 7-Up Ranch, there was 70 more on computers. And working other areas. So they covered it real well. In the field right around here, there was probably, 15? That were pretty regular.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah.
When Max called me the night before the arrest, he said, "Is it okay if I use the mill as a staging area for the arrest?" He says, "I think I've got enough." And I asked him, I said, "Max, well, how much do you expect to happen tomorrow? What do you have involved?" He said, "It's going to be overwhelming. There's going to be press. There's going to be a lot of press." And on the arrest deal, he said, "How do you get him out of the house?" And I said, "Well, just have Jerry, the Forest Service man, carry a map and stand on the road and just yell at Ted and say, 'Hey, Ted,' 4 or 5 times, and he'll come out. And he'll come to you. And you don't have to go to him. He'll come to you, and once he gets close enough to you, you'll be able to grab him." And that's exactly what they did. And it worked just great.
Narcs. Dude, I'm narking on these boys. I think these boys about to take down the government. They got 2 rifles on their couch. And minus on my wall.
This is Randy West for Supermarket Sweep. Supermarket Sweep,
boys. Arrest. Give me a reprieve. Please. Teddy used pieces of old lamps and stuff to use a switch or wire for his bomb so that there wasn't store-bought parts with parts numbers that the FBI could track. What a genius, bro. Thrift store terrorism. I mean, thrift store freedom fighting, I'd say. Bespoke bombing.
Florence.
When you play Supermarket Sweep, you have to go right for the turkeys. The turkeys are the most expensive. You gotta go straight for the turkeys, boys.
10. April. Sie fragen mich, wie wehrt man sich gegen den Zwang an der Realisierung irgendwelcher Utopien teilnehmen zu müssen? Gibt mir das Recht,
Who gives him the
gewaltsam
right to
dagegen
use violence against them? Heartbeat. In my opinion, they use the use of violence against the realization of the utopia of the technological society is mere self-defense. One can argue that, of course, if you believe it is unseemly or immoral, then you yourself must avoid the use of violence. But I have one question for you in that context. What kind of violence has caused more harm in the history of mankind? The violence that was sanctioned by the state, or the violence that was used without sanction by individuals? I'll go into the other questions you asked later. Until then, I have other work to do. Man, this guy's always got something else to do. English. In 93, the computer scientist David Gerlenter receives a letter bomb. He loses an eye and his right hand in the explosion.
David
Gelernte is professor of computer science at Yale. And leading scientist at Mirror Worlds, a company that produces software for blank and new information technologies. Viagra, Donkey, Costello, and Abbott. Mirror Worlds is also the title of the book that made Gelernte famous, depicting the vision of a future virtual society based only on software. Happening. This is what Peter Thiel wants. What a nightmare. Gelernte is a sharp critic of the American media, who accuses of destroying the country's moral value system with their lust for sex, blood, and violence. True.
The idea of Mirror Worlds, the book, was that the institutions and the organizations that we deal with every day that are becoming more complicated all the time would be mirrored in software, so that if I wanted to know what was happening at the university, I could look at the software image of the university and find out what was being taught and who was saying what and what was happening today and so forth. If I needed to deal with a government agency or with a company or with a hospital or with any organization, the organization would be reflected in software, like a building reflected in water. And the software version of the organization would be easier for me to understand and to
Is Twitch side still dead?
Deal with. It seemed to me that with the rise of global computer networks and more powerful desktop computers, that this would inevitably emerge.
That's what you do about that Twitch.
Nobody can control it. That's true. But it's not necessarily bad. It's an organic system. It's a distributed system. It's a system made of many tens and hundreds of millions of human beings, each one making his own decisions. And the uncontrollability is not necessarily bad. It makes things interesting. Certainly there are conflicting trends. For a long time, the quality of American journalism declined because we at Yale University and American universities were not training students. High schools were not training students because computers were making it easier and easier to have fancy pictures instead of good writing. But on the other hand, we're now seeing it's easier to have a new TV station. It's easier to have a new newspaper. And computers have a lot to do with that also, because now you don't need a factory and a linotype machine, and it's much easier to produce a newspaper and make it available, sell it on the internet or the web.
Oh, happy 9/11 to the Midwest. I'll smoke with you.
So technology helps to correct the errors and right the wrongs that technology created in the first place. And the pendulum swings, an old theory, but nonetheless.
But David, what's the outcome of more and more TV stations? When you got a letterbox, that wasn't virtual, it was reality, and you, the victim, and the supposed perpetrator, were a real feast for the media, who were even portrayed together in a fictive dialogue. Why did you criticize the media for that?
It strikes me as always dangerous to approach human life as if there were no moral component, as if a murderer and a normal human being are comparable and interchangeable. That's a point of view with catastrophic implications, moral relativism, which I am implacably against and always will be.
As I prepared the film, I had a talk also with Stuart Brand. You know him, is also a teacher already, and he said to me this is a genuine counterculture phenomenon that the Unabomber was doing. He was just saying culture is going in the wrong direction, I will fight it.
I think that.
Here's what I'll say. Ted K could have picked way better targets and been way better at doing his job, you know? Like Bill Gates. He should have did Bill Gates. Do you know what I mean? What the fuck's he going after little old David Gerlernter for?
That's a contemptible, that's a despicable thing to say. That's a despicable thing to say. We're talking about somebody who murdered human beings. If he'd met the widow and the children, as I have, of men this criminal has murdered, he would be less eager to describe him as a mere countercultural phenomenon. That's the sort of thing that makes me angry.
It's no exact for a political language, or you know, in the history it's
Once a man is a murderer, I don't give a damn what his opinions are. His opinions are of no interest to me. What I know about him is that he's a murderer.
He's like, but you should listen to Peter Thiel. Have you ever heard of this guy Peter Thiel and what he has to say about the Antichrist?
A creator of pain and suffering. And his...
Yeah, I don't know if Ted did do bombs, dude.
His opinions are disqualified from being of interest to any civilized human being.
Did they actually have evidence, or was it just that guy being like, "Oh yeah, I saw two 1-inch pipes with a couple holes drilled in it," which, like, on a homestead, sorry, kind of makes sense. Free Ted, still stand by it. What's that one creator's name on TikTok? Ted Kaczynski's great friend. I like her videos. Not the heartbeat, bro.
Florence, 2. Mai.
Oh my god, this guy never fucking called?
Herr Dambeck,
I now shall continue my answer to your letters.
Sie fragen,
you asked who is entitled to establish the law.
Ich behaupte,
I maintain that no one is entitled to do so. In civilized societies, we usually say that the state establishes the laws. In non-civilized societies, customs and habits establish the law. If people reject the standards of law laid down by the state and/or customs and actively fight against it, that is known as revolution. Of course, no one gives us the right to that. If you believe it is immoral, you must avoid participating in any revolution. But revolution is the only means by which people can resist the technologia system. You asked me why I haven't sent you a copy of the authentic version of the manifesto yet. Yeah, because he's a liar. But I don't have an authentic version. You fucking liar! I have 2 photocopies of the original manuscript, but they are illegible in part. I have 2 very legible transcripts of the manifesto, but both contain mistakes. Okay. I am in the process of producing an authentic version of the manifesto by comparing the 4 versions I mentioned. but I don't have the time to finish the job. Dude, this guy sucks. Because I have to answer so many letters. So I'd rather you didn't ask so many questions. My biography is unimportant and I don't want to talk about it. Let us talk about matters that are important. I'm releasing a new album. Respectfully yours, Ted Kaczynski. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Oh, man. Love him. Free Ted. Free Ted. Billy, you're 4 hours late. No, you just showed up right at the perfect time, dude. It's the end of this German-ass documentary. This shit was probably made in Frankfurt. Frankfurt, Germany. Most likely. No, this was great. Woo! What an exercise. Dude, usually the captions are so slow. This lady was reading at hyperspeed in German. Mathematician Kurt Gödel died in 78 as a consequence of his paranoia. Mathematician Ted Kaczynski's... What the fuck? Mathematician Ted Kaczynski sentenced to life imprisonment in 98. Against his wishes, an agreement is made among the defense, the state prosecutor, and the court before the trial even begins. No regular trial, no being committed to a psychiatric unit, no death sentence, and no possibility of parole. Yeah, because this is all bullshit. Ted K continues to this day to deny that he was the Unabomber. Probably wasn't, bro. They didn't let him have... It sounds like they didn't let him have due process, bro. No regular trial. We just watched this whole documentary on Ted Kaczynski. It was pretty dope. Before that, what the fuck did we do? I forget. Oh, fuckaroni. It did it again. Look at that, though. I caught it real quick. Nice. Woo! We made it, dude. Great little Doc Rooney.
The reality isn't this thing in front of us on a proscenium stage. It's a movable feast. We are creating technologies. Then we are the technologies.
Well, he was saying the culture is going a whole direction here, and I think it's a dangerous direction, and I will personally prevent it from going there.
So those were good years. There was a lot to do, and it was obvious what to do, and there was and all these different things had to fit together nicely. Had to work together. That was a lot of fun.
Ja, genau, das ist die Sache. Es besteht ein Zweikampf oder ein Dreikampf oder ein Zehnkampf zwischen den verschiedenen Polen. Wer erfindet eine lustige, amüsante und interessante Geschichte, die jeder sofort glaubt hat, das muss es gewesen sein.
It's an enigma. That's the best word I can come up with, because everything that he did experiments on and he wrote down very systematically.
All right, these are all just quotes that were already in the doc. Alrighty, boys. It's late, but we'll do a little ice cream. Tim Dillon won't stop humiliating Erica Kirk just because I need a little break from all that talky, yammer. Oh my goodness. My freaking TMJ jaw's back from all that yammering. But, alright, we'll watch this and then we'll go to bed. And then we'll have a good weekend.
The government has now become 24 hours.
Oh, dudes, and also, I wanted to put this on the radar so it's not a surprise to everyone and no one freaks out. At the end of August, I am going to take a little break, and I'm going to go to freaking learn, I'm going to go do a teacher training for yoga for 3 weeks, okay? I'll probably be posting on Instagram and stuff, but I will not be streaming during that time, okay? So everyone just mentally, let's start preparing for it. It's going to be fucking awesome. I'm super stoked about it. I've been wanting to talk about it, but I didn't want to until it was like for real. So it's for real. It's happening. We freaking said we were going to do it, so we're doing it. I will miss everyone, but it's going to be a great little reset. We'll come back stronger. And we'll guess when I come back is basically a little bit before 9/11, okay? So, yeah, it's going to be fucking sick. But more details in the future. Just wanted to put that on everyone's radar. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think it's going to be awesome. And so far, the little group that I know of that's going are all people that are incredible. So I think there's going to be good content coming out of it no matter what. But yeah, I think it's going to be really sweet. I've never been gone that long, though. I'm kind of nervous with the kitties. I'm going to miss them. My plan is to just release 50 rats in my apartment, and that'll be the food for them. But yeah. So we'll do a little break at the end of August, okay? That's on everyone's radar, okay? We'll talk about it later, too. But fuck yeah, bro.
Or reality TV.
Every morning I wake up.
Yeah, maybe I'll go camping during that time. Yeah, dude, everyone plan your unplug from the world trip at the same time. Second half of August, first week of September. Yeah, Tim Dillon's my favorite psyop too. Well, not my favorite. He's one of them. He's pretty funny sometimes. He's also big time cuck sometimes.
The government has now become 24-hour reality TV.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface.
I've seen this before. I've seen A-listers go down the tubes because they don't know when to stop shoving themselves down people's throats. And then she gets mad that people keep making fun of her. It's because she won't go away.
That man. That young man.
Ooh, what do you think Fittest Fed Earther's doing right now? What do you mean? He's here. He has to watch every stream. It's part of his homework. Where else is he going to get his ideas from? He just be snatching up our Riz, our aura, and our ideas.
I forgive him.
Raise your hand, Tyler.
I have personally never seen a human being grieve this way. I've seen people grieve.
Tim Dillon's not DL. Tim Dillon's openly gay. Is that what you mean by DL?
Many different ways, never this way. And if this is what she needs to do, that's fine. I'm just personally confused. Anything you want to leave the attorney?
Yeah, dude, dead ass. You lost your husband. Can you just take care of your kids? Why are you everywhere? LMAO, please go away.
Point fans with?
If Israel did it, I forgive them.
Erica Kirk, everyone.
Yeah, it's very refreshing that Tim Dillon is openly gay. Dude, I got fucking cat
Hasn't
hair in
even
my
been a
goddamn
year since
eye.
Charlie Kirk's demise, and somehow Erica Kirk took the reins as chair and CEO of the company Charlie built and managed to run it straight into the ground. Ever since she took over, everything's felt a little off.
Stop.
Like, it was only 11 days after Charlie's passing when she walks on stage, Kill Tony-level pyrotechnics, full Hollywood production. In reality, it just felt over the top and poorly executed. Not even distasteful. Just tasteless. And ever since then, Tim Dillon has been relentlessly humiliating her. From the weird, staged entrance, to the obviously scripted mourning over Charlie's casket, to publicly forgiving Charlie's alleged killer while somehow still holding a grudge against Candace Owens for asking questions. Questions that might actually lead to solving the murder. And somehow it just keeps getting...
Philly, is the Twitch side actually usable? Can you actually see still? I think you're the only
Weirder, like
person
recently
there.
when she dressed up like Sarah
Twitch
Connor
kicked
to
everyone
denounce
else
her
out.
haters and rally the TPUSA base with some good, wholesome, emotionally charged propaganda.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my
Candace
husband.
Owens.
And the list goes.
And I got Candace Owens. She's insufferable, dude. And I got Candace Owens. She can't even say her D's, bro.
Goes on. What is happening right now is something none of us can afford to ignore. The evil forces working.
Whiteface is just a clown. Yeah, Twitch is cucked. Not gonna lie, stream was tweaking. I'm stoned, so I switched to YouTube. Still here, though. Nice, dude. Black Death said it's cucked. Ah. Fixing. Don't Iceman me. Don't even, bro.
Longer. This is a moment for Americans to come together and decide what kind of country we are going to be before we lose our country altogether. I am choosing to fight
Rhythm
for America,
Nation,
for
Erica's
my children,
hilarious.
for your children, and for our humanity. Because we all need to do our part. And by the grace of God, we will succeed.
By the grace
And
of
America
Bob.
will remain what she was always called to be, a shining city on a hill, a light to the world. So let me give you a perfect example of how it's done. My husband did it best and left us the blueprint on how to have uncomfortable conversations with those who disagree. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
I don't even know of any headlines that are actually lying about her. Like, yeah, it's true that Drewski did whiteface, and honestly, it was hilarious. But he was smart enough to frame the character as a conservative woman, even though we all know exactly who he was talking about. Apparently, Trump even suggested that she sue Drewski, which she can't because for now at least, America is still America when it comes to free speech. Barely, but we've still got it. And look, I don't trust Candace, but let's be real. Candace never said she...
Oh my god. Sorry, it did it again. Frickin' A, dude.
My husband did it best and left us the blueprint on how to have uncomfortable conversations with those who disagree. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
I don't even know of any headlines that are actually lying about her. Like, yeah, it's true that Drewski did whiteface, and honestly, it was hilarious. But he was smart enough to frame the character as a conservative woman, even though we all know exactly who he was talking about. Apparently, Trump even suggested that she sue Drewski, which she can't because for now at least, America is still America when it comes to free speech. Barely, but we've still got it.
Yeah,
And look,
barely.
I don't trust Candace, but let's be real. Candace never said she killed her husband. She asked questions. That's it. Meanwhile, Erica's out here forgiving
I'm saying she killed her husband. Fuck her.
the alleged killer while holding grudges against people asking questions. Totally normal behavior. And that outro where they timed her exit with Charlie, that might be the cringiest, most emotionally manipulative thing I've ever seen. But the truth is, I don't even think Erica could go away if she wanted
Ready,
to.
set,
Charlie
explode.
was basically living a real-life Truman Show, and somehow her role in the spinoff has already been greenlit for the next decade.
The government has now become 24-hour reality TV that you're supposed to watch. I mean, let's get up Erica Kirk, please, too. I mean, this woman, just be less famous. You're oversaturating. I've seen this before. I've seen A-listers go down the tubes because they don't know when to stop shoving themselves down people's throats. And then she gets mad that people keep making fun of her. It's because she won't go away. You can be a bit less famous. Go on. Erica Kirk, friend of the show. The woman, this is not the way I've seen anyone personally grieve. Personally. I've never seen anyone grieve like that. I'm not judging the way people grieve. I mean, I guess I am. But I have personally never seen a human being grieve this way. I've seen people grieve many different ways, never this way. And if this is what she needs to do, that's fine. I'm just personally confused, and I'm, a little shocked, and it feels a little bad taste. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. Doesn't make her a horrible person. It's just a new way to grieve. We're all learning together what she needs in the moment. Free advice, as always, give advice free on the show. I do like you to pay me money in other ways, but free advice to her. Take a minute. Take some time off.
Honestly, the best advice you could give Erica is to take some time off from the spotlight, but it doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon, because her role in the destruction of TPUSA, and probably a good chunk of MAGA, feels like it's still in progress. In the weirdest part, Erica and the entire TPUSA team seem completely oblivious as to why anyone would ever criticize them. Everything about September 10th was strange, and the way Erica keeps insisting that we should trust the Justice Department while shutting down people like Candace Owens for simply questioning the narrative, it's weird. Like, wouldn't you want people asking questions? Wouldn't you want someone trying to figure out what actually happened to your husband? But no, she can't forgive Candace for asking questions, yet somehow she can forgive the alleged assassin.
That man, that young man.
We're all a little too accepting sometimes. Yeah, remember Alien Ball? I'm never getting over the Alien Ball incident, bro.
I forgive him.
Fool me once with the alien ball, shame on you. Fool me twice, fool me can't get fooled again.
I forgive him because it was what Christ did.
Christ's
and is what
cracker,
Charlie
dude.
would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love.
People aren't just being mean for the sake of it. Being a widow usually buys you some grace, no matter who your husband was. People tend to give you the benefit of the doubt, but this feels disingenuous, like a poorly scripted reality show built to push a narrative.
I don't know what's going on. That's really that's the theme of all things. Never met the woman, feels very odd to me. The whole thing feels odd. I guess there'll be a trial with Tyler Robinson and we'll all be convinced of his guilt. Right? I guess that's going to happen. And I guess when that happens, fine. I don't know that he didn't do it 100%. It smells off. It feels off, for sure. And I'm not saying she whacked the guy. I'm just saying I'm sure there'll be a trial and everything will be put to bed and to rest and we'll all be satisfied with the results. If there's not an alien invasion first. I imagine if there's an alien invasion first, this trial and all other subsequent trials will get put on hold.
You would think that at some point after September 10th, Erica would have come across as normal. Being a widow usually buys you some grace. But give it 8 months, go back and watch everything, and the whole thing just feels off.
Yeah, I know. Pushing forgiveness in the media like this is always weird. This is why Kathy Sanders makes me ill, dude. Timothy took out 2 of your grandkids and you don't even want to look into Paul Wysopal? Bro, if the chance of the guy who killed my 2 grandkids, if there was a single fucking chance that he was alive still, I'd fucking hunt him down myself as an ancient old grandmother. I'd fucking snuff the daylight from his eyes. You know? What the fuck? And she's like, she gets mad at me. She gets mad at conspiracy theorists. They always tell me that Timothy McVeigh's living in a cave with Elvis in Arizona.
Like that scene over the casket. It was obviously scripted. Someone actually planned it, approved it.
Bro, I forgot about this shit. Ooh, this was the fucking craziest thing ever. Who would do this?
It filmed it
with
and
mannequin
actually
hands.
posted it.
Oh, I love you. I love you.
Dude, the fucking pan down his body is crazy. This is nutty.
I know. I love you. I love you.
Show his face or it's not real.
God bless you.
None of this feels normal or genuine. It feels like a bad joke, except it's all built on top of an actual tragedy. And it's gotten so weird that people are starting to come up with some truly wild theories just to make sense of it. What's even crazier is that 90% of you watching aren't subscribed.
You know, you look at the Kirk thing, right? Remember that? You look at that, and you try to zoom out and go, all right, tragic death. Then we zoom out, we go, wait, the wife's weird. Something up with the wife. The organization's weird. Something's up with them.
Bigger than that, the FBI's fucking weird. They're making fake ass AI videos. There's no way this kid had a fucking shot or a sniper rifle tucked up in his shirt. Like, come the fuck on, bro.
You know, 3 weeks after the guy's dead, she's out there with sparklers. You know, they're doing Cirque du Soleil. Something's off. Something's weird. Now we find out, like, the wife it's beyond weird. It's creepy. And there's a very good chance that this woman was his handler.
Even if she was a handler, and I would never say that or accuse her of that, it's still a little strange.
I would.
Like she had seen Charlie on a trip to Israel years before they even met. She was also Miss Arizona 2012, then later she meets Charlie while interviewing for a job. Her father was a research director for a defense and aerospace tech company that also has ties to her mother. Now, taken individually, none of that means anything. But looking back after Charlie's death, it is a little off-putting. That said, none of this means she didn't.
Bro, all this evidence is really not looking good for Miss Erica Franzi. If you just take the 8 and you separate it and split it apart, it's a 33.
Love him.
And she may have loved him. I'm sure she loved him. Why wouldn't a handler love her husband? Because even though she was his Mossad handler and probably had him killed, no marriage is perfect. None. Not one. No marriage is perfect. Truly. She may have been his handler, and they came to her one day and said, he found out you're his handler. This woman may have called someone up and said, we got bad news here. This guy found all the laundered money, and now he knows I'm his handler, and he thinks that invalidates the marriage because I'm his handler. And I'm not saying any of that happened. I'm saying that's more reasonable than what kind of we're being told.
So apparently, according to Twitter, Charlie turned...
Dude, see, that's pretty fucking funny. Yeah. Possibly true, too. You know. Pretty much anything you dream up could be true. So why couldn't this be true?
Down a large amount of money from a Middle Eastern country. And there were also rumors that he was planning to audit TPUSA to get a clear picture of the finances. Now, I don't know if any of that is actually true, but at this point, nothing really makes sense. And that almost feels like the point.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Erica Kirk is banned from Romania, yeah.
Joe Rogan won't discuss Erica or TPUSA if he can help it, but on his recent podcast with Norman, it felt like Joe threw out something that...
Charlie refused to go to a Florida rehab after calling out his wife, and he paid the price. I know, bro. Holy shit. Charlie, I get you, brother.
That seems like...
Can you imagine all of Charlie's friends sitting on Zoom fucking trying to get him to go to a Florida rehab against his will? You got Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool, who else? Peter Thiel's there. That would be fucking hilarious.
Like he is just muddying the water. It comes off like a distraction. Like instead of addressing what people are actually questioning, you just add more noise to it.
I've heard Erica Kirk's got a dick. I've heard that one.
Whoa, she seems thrilled right now.
She's an odd duck.
She's a kook for sure.
You ever seen the compilation of her making crazy eyes?
No.
There's a video of her making demon eyes, and every time she makes the eyes, the music... It's so ridiculous.
She's possessed. Well, she's having a good time. Well, she was on a reality show, you know.
Yes.
So she's a star fucker.
A little bit.
Maybe.
She was also in some weird CIA documents or CIA films.
Is that right?
Like, yeah. You ever seen those films?
No.
No one thinks she's a dude. She's competed in bikini events at pageants. She has kids. That's not even a real angle. So why even say it? And the whole crazy eyes thing means nothing to me. To me, it looks like a C-level reality star who got called up to the big leagues, and it's just not landing. But what you can ignore, just add it to the growing list of weird moments, is those CIA promo videos. And again, in
Black Death, would you marry Erica? Can you fix her?
She comes off like someone placed into a role, not someone who naturally grew into it.
1 being cyber, 2 being hackers, 3...
If any country bans you, if any country bans you for sex trafficking children, I do think that is, that's a nah flex for sure. But getting banned, you could get banned from a country and it'd be cool.
Being physical threats. 4th one is solar EMP, and the 5th one
like
is
smoking weed somewhere or something. That would be funny. Although I'm pretty sure if you smoke weed in Japan, you go to jail for like 20 years.
man-made EMP. So the concern that we have is that we put out this critical information, and when we go over this risk analysis, they hear what we're saying, but they don't want to take action.
You want us to take action. Got it. Can you try that again from the top? But be a little more natural this time. Boomers might not see it, but to the younger generation, this just looks like professional wrestling. Pyros, glitter pants, and going on tour right after your husband was killed. It's all tremendously confusing. I think that's the point. Confusion and demoralization. Maybe that's this part of the phase. Everything the American people know to be true is false. How many more phases of demoralization can there be?
This looks a lot like Hollywood to most people. And to go out through a stream of fireworks and sparklers and stand there in a glittering pantsuit.
I love him saying all this in a Santa costume.
And talk about electing J.D. Vance 3 months after your husband was killed. Many people feel that there is something off about that. And we're starting to see that political people are the exact same thing as the Hollywood elites that they all love to dunk on. And we all look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah, bro. Of all the places to not be able to smoke weed, Japan, that sucks.
Twerking at the Kamala rally. This is deeply unsettling to a lot of people. It feels like you're being played.
When you go back and look at the
Smoking in Japan, that could be a fucking dope song. Dude, I'd love to go to Japan. Warboner's gonna have to do a Japan tour after the American tour. We'll hit up Japan. We'll be big in Japan like Tom Waits.
First time Erica took the stage with the pyro, it really does start to feel like we're being played. Or maybe, more accurately, like Charlie got played. I think Kurt Metzger said it best on his last appearance on JRE. Any real movement that threatens the status...
Smoking weed in Japan with Erica Kirk. There's the Warboner twist. There it is. Now the song is ready. Okay. Yeah, dude.
Status quo will get infiltrated, absorbed, and eventually manipulated.
Any real movement, it will be appropriated by the powers, and they will twist it. Because in Christianity, you really can't be a soldier for America. Like, that does not align with Christianity.
You got any, what's that one Japanese instrument? The koto? You got any koto beats? Smoking with Erica Kirk and smoking in Japan with Erica Kirk.
Christianity at all. Conquest. And
right.
You're not allowed to kill Christians for your country. That's why TPUSA, when I watch it, is like, yo, ain't nobody a Christian in that shit. Not one mother there is a Christian. It's a collection of intel and socio-political shit and a money scam. Like all politics. All of them.
True.
But that's the Republican one. And it's real creepy if you watch it.
I don't.
Oh, well, do you think this is creepy? To your husband dies, so you come out in a sparkly outfit with fireworks shooting off like Tony Hinchcliffe at a stadium show?
I think he's right. If you don't concede, like it feels like Charlie didn't want to do, they will just remove you. Blame a furry, pave over the site it happened within days.
Dude, I miss this gum line so bad. Look at that shit, bro. Did I nail it?
Take over your company and use it as a golden calf before ultimately burning.
Bro, I want a samurai sword too. Have you guys ever played Ghost of Tsushima? Bro, that game makes me want to be a samurai so bad. I think they made a new one. I should get that. I gotta figure out how to stream. That'd be fun to stream for an hour, maybe on Fridays or something, at the end of stream. But I want to. If there's a new Ghost of Tsushima, I gotta play that shit. I was obsessed with the first game.
It to the ground.
I did try your smoothie and air one, and it was excellent. Anything you want to leave the Turning Point fans with?
If Israel did it, I forgive them.
Erica Kirk, everyone.
That's all I got.
Give me that old time religion.
Yeah, boys. Alrighty, dudes. That's gonna be us signing off for the weekend. But guess what? We'll be back on Sunday. Dude, the week is just flying the frick by, right? Holy shit. Oh my goodness, glaciers. They do have the time machine is turned on super fast right now. Stupid fast. You've been watching Naruto and you want to be a ninja so bad? Dude. Yeah, being a ninja would be cool as fuck. There's sometimes when I'm in like crow pose, you know, when you're like balancing on your forearms, I feel like a freaking ninja in that. I'm trying to get into more arm balances and stuff. I'm finally getting the strength for it. This shit, dude, whenever I get into this, because this is something I'm actually decent at. Because I learned it when I was a little kid, so I feel like it's just like riding a bike. But every time I'm in that, I'm like, bro, I'm a freaking samurai ninja. Balancing on 2 hands. What? But I want to get my freaking, what's it called? Dolphin? What is it called when you're in the full arm balance? No, it's, oh shit. I'm forgetting. Anyway, I'm trying to get into more cool arm balances. I do kind of want to take a martial arts class. I don't want to do BJJ again because I don't want to break my rib anymore. But I think it'd be cool to do like what's one of the karates that you do that isn't really like physical contact? It's more like it's more like combat dancing. I don't really want to touch anyone. Anyway. Can't wife up a demonic John. She's not your type. Who, Erica? Liar. You liar, dude. What's point fighting? Tai Chi. Yeah, I want to get into Tai Chi, bro. Karate has the katas. Alright, let's breathe in. Gymnastics. And out. Just do Taibo, dude. Do you watch that girl that does Taibo at 1 a.m. every night? Every night that I'm on, every night, like the last 4 or 5 nights, I've been watching, or I'll like be on my phone, and then I'll get her video at like 1:05. I'll be like the first person on it. I'll be like, okay, it's time for bed. I got the Taibo girl. It's time to get off my fucking phone and go to bed. She is hilarious, though. Are you having your nightly 1 a.m. panic attack and you want to do Taibo? I'm serious, though. That is really smart. I think that is what everyone is. I don't think we move enough. I think that makes us anxious. But also, we're in a fucking prison for sure, you know. They're keeping us down. But one way that we can get through their nonsense is through doing Taibo, specifically. Gotta get that fucking energy out. Ah! Taibo dude is still around, dude. I learned that from that girl's comment section. I commented like, I hope that Billy Blanks is doing well. And everyone was like, dude, Billy Blanks is literally on TikTok. He still does Taibo. Dude, my mom used to have these tapes. We used to do Taibo in front of the TV for sure, bro. Here, hold on. Stop playing with me, dude. Yeah.
Two, count it. 1, 2, count it. Count it. Now one leg out to the side. Out to the side.
Look at them fucking legs, bro.
Ready now, double. 1, 2, count it, guys.
Get it.
Go.
Get it. Get it.
One more
Get
set.
it.
Go. Here we go. Push that heel out. One more. Now hold. Push. Up.
He's got fucking honeys around him, bro. Oh. Bro, look at his look at them freaking tree stump legs. Y'all better be listening to Billy Blanks. But this is the real way I like to watch. This is the actual way to watch Taibo.
Are you currently having your nightly panic attack at 1 a.m.? Me too, so let's do some Taibo.
Let's go! Work it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Work it! One more time! Work it! Yes! Work it! Deep! Now we through, we go!
She kind of looks like one of those things at a used car lot that's like, you know, the inflatable things.
That's it. Work it. Hits. Give me 2 hits. Go. Let's go.
doing Taibo to bye bye bye.
Hey guys, it's currently almost 2 a.m. and I'm still having panic, and so I decided I'm going to do just another book review because it just helps me.
Taibo.
Are you currently having your nightly panic attack at 1 a.m.? Me too, so let's do some Taibo.
Alright. It's time for bed, dude. Jesus Christ, it's already 11. Jesus Christmas. Alright, here we go. Your breaths are done. That's enough of that. The cosmic breath. Close your eyes. Or soften your gaze. And take a slow breath in. Like you're breathing in starlight. And exhale. Like you're sending peace back out into the universe. Again. Breathe in. Feel your chest expand like a galaxy opening. Breath out. Let the day drift away like space dust. Oh my goodness. It effed the music, bro. F's in the chats. Dude, I had a sixth sense for it tonight. Yeah, Savannah's probably sleeping so fucking well tonight. Now imagine every knitwitch out there tonight, all breathing together. Tiny lights across the planet, all glowing softly in the dark. Nothing to solve. Nothing to fight. Just breath. In and out. Hell yeah. One more deep breath in. And let it out. The stars keep spinning. And the earth keeps humming. And somehow, here we all are. When you're ready, come back gently. Knit the light. What we weave becomes. Paul, stop. Yeah, Paul, stop. Stop being a cuck, Paul. Alright, boys, here we go. Have a good night. Mark? See ya on Sunday. Good night, dudes. Have a great day. Love you. Good ride. Thanks for hanging. Hope you have so much bacon. Do. Gonna smoke this weed. It's almost 11:11. Holy shit, it's too late, boys. I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset.
Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother.
Relax. Bunk beds. If I keep press play, press pause, acapella. Either way, it's a headshot.
I'll keep my head high when it gets dark.
Bang.
Never better off, just dead and gone.
Don't give a fuck.
They tell the cops and fellow ops, they can just let them watch.
And bounce.
The great fire very
bounce. 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 Spin on it. Freaking dolphins. It's yeah, music went out. I went acapella on purpose. Good night, Deb. We love you so freaking much. Good night to Savannah, you bitch. You killed your mom. Why'd you hurt your mom and get the FBI to hide it?
Catdad model
Version number 420-69.
Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to frick shit up. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost.
Step Brothers goes so hard, bro. The FBI ain't real.
The great fire of every city still was down. Truth wasn't lost in a book.
No,
justice on top. We lost the pop when they dropped the proof. It's all been a goof who's calling the shots. We don't know what they got back. We just know what they took.
my war paint is lead-based. Till it's in your face like a head case. Bang. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail, snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self.
Satan.
And see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. Yeah. Sat on the edge till I jumped off. Yeah. The actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire of every city. Still down.
Good night, dudes. Thanks for hanging. We'll see you, Paul. I'm coming to your house. I am coming to Paul's house now. This weekend, actually. You know what? I'm going to go buy a fucking flight, and I'm going to Mesquite, Nevada. I'm going to fucking Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm renting a car. I'm skipping out. I'm getting the fuck away from that godforsaken Vegas city. I'm going straight to Mesquite, Nevada, where Paul lives. No, first I'm going to go check out Stephen Paddock's house, and I'm going to make the drive, and I'm going to make a literal TikTok going, guys, look, this is literally how far the guy who everyone thinks is Timothy McVeigh moved away from Stephen Paddock, and then show the actual 4.5 second drive that it is. And then I'm gonna post that video while I'm waiting in the cul-de-sac that Paul lives on. And then I'm going to go and knock on his little door, and I'm going to live stream that. So if he murders me, he'll do it on live. But I'll post that video first. And I'll be like, hey, I'm going to knock on Paul's door on a live. Oh, that'll be great too, because, you know, sometimes when you see people, you'll see someone's video, and then the next video is them live. So I'll post that video, and then I'll go live with Paul, and I'll knock on his door. Camp in Paul's front yard. These are great ideas. Actually, you're so right, dude. I shouldn't keep my distance from Paul. Why would I ever want to keep distance from Paul? I love Paul. I'm obsessed with Paul. Just like Mark David Chapman. I'm just kidding, Paul. It's a joke. It's a joke. All right, boys. It's 11:07. We're not going to make it to 11:11. All right. Love you. Bye. Paul, I'll see you this weekend. No, I'm just kidding, guys. We'll do it later. We will one day. If he doesn't come on stream soon. Okay? 3 episodes. If he doesn't come on stream in 3 episodes, we're gonna take a week and we're gonna go to fucking Mesquite, Nevada and hunt Paul down. As a joke. Not as a threat. Like as a goof. Okay. Good night. Bye. Love you all. Ta-ta. What we becomes. Bye.